Okay, take two. Sorry about that, everybody. So first of all, Olaf, if you are still around, thank you very much for stopping by. I'm sorry to have started so close to your bedtime, so I'll try and move on with that. I will just do a quick explanation about what I'm doing here and so on and so forth. It's probably good to get all the disclaimers out of the way at the start. But I did just want to take a quick second and say, first of all, thank you for stopping by, Olaf. Um, a lot of people find Starfield boring. I only heard good things about Starfield. I know there's a bunch of people who kind of wanted to talk about. I know there's a lot of people who are sort of mad about platform exclusivity and such. But anyways, I will try. I'll try and wade into video game drama at least when the video game itself is up. So I do have a little bit of housekeeping to get out of the way. First of all, I'm appallingly late for the start today. And part of that was getting set up, but I did actually have some difficulty getting the update on my computer. I think my solid state didn't have enough space, which created some problems. And I do owe you all an explanation because, first of all, I apparently was tagged as Book of Hours, but this is the first time I've been playing Book of Hours since that game was released. And my intention very much was to play the play the game to an ending, and then I would start sort of shuffling in some new titles as well. But I did have a really wonderful opportunity way back when Cyberpunk was first released. I was given a press key for that game, and had an opportunity to broadcast it right at the start, along with everybody else on the planet. And obviously, that was a huge game, not the sort of thing that I'm used to getting the a press key for. But the same has happened with Phantom Liberty. So in this case here, I realize just about everybody is going to be playing Phantom Liberty, and I'm not necessarily going to be adding a whole lot that I think my core group, and let's face it, that's going to be the people who are here, haven't already heard. And yet I am actually quite interested in this. We'll see how it goes. But with that in mind, I have been given the key from GOG, and they would like me to direct you towards their storefront. As I sort of said in the preview before, when I was busy tagged under Book of Hours, I'm maybe not under any illusions that you're all, if you have it on a different storefront, that you're going to rush out and buy a copy of Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty just on my say so. But I do want to acknowledge the people who gave me the key. And then also they do, in the case of the GOG things, I do notice that they tend to want me specifically to direct people towards that storefront. So it is quite literally the least I can do. But of course, more importantly, because of my green eyes and mysterious charisma, I assume all of you have already purchased Cyberpunk 2077 on GOG. And so naturally, you will be buying Phantom Liberty based on this high quality gameplay of the expansion. Now, I did also want to take a second here. I don't think there's anybody new who isn't already, who wasn't here to see the last shout out, but I did want to take a quick second. Okay, so I have to wait 55 minutes before giving last name unavailable another shout out. But I did see your message here, last name unavailable, that you are in fact a fellow Canadian. I am delighted to see that was appropriately tagged. I realize that the coveted Canada tag just brings in so many viewers and kind people, donators, whatever Twitch streamers are looking for. But I did actually want to take the time to acknowledge it. I think I was starting to talk about this before I realized my idiocy, or at least was directed towards my idiocy and corrected it. But I had actually, my big feeling about Cyberpunk, I didn't dislike it at the start. And it was funny because I was quite skeptical about the game going in. So I was apparently the one person who has been on the wrong side of popular opinion both before and after Cyberpunk released. But I really don't think I would have liked Cyberpunk had I not played the Elder Scrolls games from Arena to Oblivion, because I actually didn't care for Skyrim that much the first time I played it. I actually felt like I was basically being put on a treadmill of quests, and I didn't like that. And then it took me sort of realizing that is what that game is, and that I don't actually need to worry so much about this, quest log filling up, that it's okay to sort of ignore this sort of stuff. I realize it's such a basic thing to point out, but for me, I needed to learn that. So because I haven't played that much of Skyrim, in fact, it's the last big one for me to play in the Elder Scrolls series. I have been enjoying Last Name Unavailable's Skyrim run. I also happen to know that they are a Book of Hours broadcaster, so for those of you who are wondering why on earth I'm playing the science fiction game when there are tomes to be cataloged and read, I'm sure that they will keep you cozy. Also, last name unavailable actually commits skills to the Tree of Wisdoms. There are books. No, there's not. They're digital. They're scream sheets. But yes, there is the Iliad and the Odyssey and things like that. That is something we will wind up talking about inside of the game. But yeah, I wanted to get a few of those details out of the way. But over everything, I did just want to say I am sorry for the late start, and this is going to be a bit of a difference in terms of the setup for the stream. But I am very much looking forward to this, and I hope you are too, because I think this will actually promise to be a very interesting game. And then I did want to take a minute here and just acknowledge what Algrins had said. So, and yes, I'm sure from the context, actually I might have even said it, but I am also a Canadian. Of course, it is an enormous country, so this could be, anything from the Atlantic provinces to BC. I'm originally from BC, no more though, and I regret it. But yeah, Algren says, random aside related to people's reaction to games, I really like Starfield even though a lot of people find it boring. I think it comes from my total adoration of Skyrim and Fallout sandboxes. I'm just naturally apologetic. I'm also half Australian. I don't know if Australians are known for their apologies. Okay, well this is a good start.
To a solid and sturdy 30. 10 out of Haywood. Thanks to unabated gang wars. One officer down, so I guess you're all screwed. Cause the NCPD
there we go.
Will not let that go. Got another blackout in Santo Domingo. Netrunners are at it again, poking holes in the power grid. While over in Westbrook, trauma teams scraping cyber psycho victims off the pavement. And in Pacifica, well, Pacifica is still Pacifica. This has been your man, Stan. Join me for another day in our city of dreams.
He said maybe he has shares in the power company. All right, Cyberpunk 2077, Phantom Liberty. Thank you for purchasing Phantom Liberty. I didn't buy it. I was given it. Do not take this for granted. I was given a thing of interest, which is of course why I'm going to say only nice things about Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty, which you can purchase at that GOG link above. We hope you enjoy this high-octane spy thriller expansion to Cyberpunk 2077 packed with an all-new epic story, missions, gigs, and more. I actually really liked the cinematic teaser that they put out for this, and one of the reasons I'm particularly excited for Phantom Liberty, so one, I do actually just generally like spy thrillers, so I like, so there's John le Carré and stuff like that, but I've been watching The Americans, and that is a great show. I just think spy thrillers in general are an interesting genre, and more importantly, in the context of Cyberpunk, there's a lot that you can do with that. But on top of that, you also get what essentially when you deal with spy thrillers, you are of course dealing with politics, and the politics of the NUSA is a really interesting subject which is only kind of hinted at inside of the world of Cyberpunk. Another example of the kinds of things that I think would make for interesting kind of material in terms of Cyberpunk campaigns would be things like, the journalists, particularly the independent journalists in the setup. And there's a little bit of that as well with Regina Jones' background and her colleague and such. But in this case here, Phantom Liberty is not just that. It's not just that, it's a big expansion and it's an opportunity for them to, do not an overhaul, but definitely a big update for this big budget game. But it's also, to me, I just think it's going into territory that's very interesting for the setting and one that isn't normally taken up in these kinds of stories. So, I think I've only ever saw the first one, Algrins. But, new content available, press continue or load a save to pick up where you left off. You'll have access to exciting new content and an intricate story of espionage and intrigue. You can also start a new game to experience V's story from the very beginning. including the content of Phantom Liberty. Now, this will probably annoy people because of how slow I take through games, but I do know that CD Projekt Red did say that it was best to start with it was best to kind of start a new game, and I think I'm inclined towards doing that, but I am going to skip ahead to Phantom Liberty. Well, okay, here's a question. Is there a preference here to do a regular start, or should we just naturally go into Phantom Liberty? I'm slightly inclined towards doing a regular start so that we can see all of the 2.0 upgrades in context. But if you're all here just to see what the expansion is like, I'm not opposed. I mean, obviously that's one of the things that that the key is for. But on the other hand, I do think there is a benefit to sort of showing off the full package. Okay, actually, if we've got people who haven't seen the game before, or at the very least don't know that much about it, I actually am slightly more inclined to going from the start in that case. So, does anybody here dislike the idea of starting from the beginning again? So yeah, and actually it says recommended here. So start from the very beginning without skipping content. Phantom Liberty will become available once you've progressed enough through the main story. All right. So I have learned, I mean, the lethality of combat's definitely true for, I definitely feel like that's a carryover from the RPG, the tabletop, I mean. I'm not going to do very hard. Buckle up for a serious challenge. Careful character development, clever use of items and game mechanics, and the environment will be necessary to help V make it on the streets of Night City. I am going to try hard again. I don't know if it's a difficulty thing. I'm not going to do very hard, no worries there. But there is actually, I do think that there's some value in keeping the combat a little keyed up, because there are ways of getting to where I need to go without getting into combat. All right, I'm going to do corpo. So I might as well do the descriptions of the setup. So nomads roaming the Badlands, looting scrapyards, raiding fuel depots. Life on the road wasn't easy, but growing up in a nomad clan has its perks. Honesty, integrity, and a love of freedom, qualities that few in Night City possess and no amount of money can buy. Street Kid. This one has a pretty interesting opening, actually, but they say if you want to understand the streets, you gotta live them. Gangs, fixers, dolls, small-time pushers. You were raised by them all. Down here, the law of the jungle dictates the weak serve the strong. The only law in Night City you have yet to break. And Corpo, few leave the corporate world with their lives, fewer still with their souls intact. You've been there, you bent the rules, exploited secrets, and weaponized information. There's no such thing as a fair game, only winners and losers. Alright. I'm a boy. I think most of this is where it needs to be already. I have a very specific idea for my... So we gotta have a Twitch streamer level beard. There used to be, there we go, we can... there was a better one. There we go. If you go for a beard, then you don't need to care as much about the jawline. Oop. I'm basically going to go for the setup that I had before, but it seems like they might have changed a few of these. That or it changed my settings in the background. I think this is what I went for. Alright, the eyes are always a tricky one. The augmented ones are always kind of interesting, but they do definitely go pretty wild. Yeah, let's run with that. Okay. I don't even know if I care that much about the nose, but Stop moving. Yeah, we might as well just stick with the main one here. I'll probably just keep the... I don't think the jaw is going to change that much in this. Well, you can definitely see the transformation, but... Okay... I think this was the cyberware I went for last time, but let's just... Definitely remember liking that one. Can't remember if I went for face tattoos, so... It doesn't have to be a carbon copy. We've already made changes from the last one, but... I figure I can, at the very least, let everybody... can let everybody see what the options are. I don't think I'd go for piercings, although, again, it's a game with attitude. Being corporate definitely does not mean that you you look like what you don't look like you work for IBM in the 1950s. Okay, I do love the fact that you can go for some absolutely bonkers teeth, but we will go for the good old-fashioned. Yeah. Okay, that's a bit much. I want someone who is conscious of his appearance, but doesn't go for full-on cat eyes. Yeah, so I actually think 6 was the right call. Okay. Do we give him a small amount of blush? No. No, we do not. I think I did last time, though. Oh, there we go. Dark lipstick? Ooh, that would be an interesting choice. I don't remember the blemish options this last time. So how many of you have read... how many of you have read Neuromancer? Oh yeah, I remember why. The lipstick colors are very extreme. Yeah, we're gonna skip the lip makeup on this one. Such a cheerful book about free will. Well, I always remember that one line about I can't even remember. It's the bartender. It's near the beginning. It's the one of the bartenders that, or well, the bartender that Chase is talking to, and sort of this idea of his ugliness being such a particularly unique. Such a unique feature in a time of sort of affordable beauty. Sort of, I think he has like these old Soviet era style implants. And I can turn off the nipples. I always kind of like that. Like, I usually think of that when I do the we're not turning on genitals for this one. I apologize in advance for those of you who are looking forward to that. But yeah, I always remember that with the blemishes, just because it's one of these options here where you can make these kinds of characters who are hang on, did I forget a setting? No. Yeah, no, we're fine. But yeah, anyways, it's always one thing that, I don't know, I think every time I play a more science fiction oriented game and I have a detailed character character creation options. Always comes up. It's also just the version I have is I think like a 25th anniversary or something like that. So I remember William Gibson writes a forward and says like, if you're reading this for the first time, enjoy some very strange ideas like, you know, Case trying to find his friend, and you know any modern readers like, why doesn't he just use his cell phone? All right, I can't even remember what I did for these, so I know cool was pretty useful. Let's do the description. So, oh, does it not say what body? Okay, body determines your raw physical power and fortitude. Progressing it improves your proficiency with shotguns, light machine guns, and blunt weapons. It also enables you to open some doors by force, rip off turrets, and use intimidating or solo-trained dialogue choices. +2 max health per attribute point. Intelligence. Intelligence determines your net running abilities. Progressing it improves your proficiency with smart weapons and allows you to unleash your full potential as a net runner. It also enables you to access local subnets and show off your knowledge of the net in dialogues. Reflexes. Reflexes determine your maneuverability and your ability to evade enemy attacks. Progressing the attribute improves your proficiency with assault rifles, submachine guns, and blades, and enables you to use advanced movements. It also enables you to make quick, observant remarks in dialogue. Plus 0.5% crit chance per attribute points. Technical ability. Technical ability determines your techie know-how. Progressing it improves your proficiency with explosives and tech weapons and allows you to be compatible with high-end cyberware. It also allows you to bypass some locks, override devices, and exhibit tech-savvy knowledge in dialogues. And finally, cool. Cool determines your assassination skills and stealth abilities. Progressing it improves your proficiency with precision rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, and throwable weapons. It also enables you to use advanced stealthy perk abilities and subtle street smart dialogue choices. 1.25 crit damage per attribute point. Oh, it's a good one. By fellow Vancouverite, or, well, I guess I'm a former Vancouverite, William Gibson. So, okay. Technical ability or cool? I'm not sure. Well, my preferences would be intelligence, reflexes, technical ability, and cool. But let's make this guy hired for his machine manipulation abilities. Oh, neuropath. Okay. All right, alias difficulty hard corpo. We've read the description before. Here we go. We don't need to worry too much about what we're committing in terms of the skills anyway, because we'll be like leveling up as we progress through the game.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm here.
You alright?
Fine. Just needed a breather.
Sounded like you blew your guts airlock.
Yeah. I barfed. It's just stress.
Esa chamba te va a matar.
Don't worry. I'm not dead yet.
Exactly. Yet. Anyway, what's going on?
Is there a problem? We had a leak. My boss called. Dragged me in because we had to intervene. Everyone at Night City HQ is on edge.
But no way you're fucked, right? You're the one who fixes other people's shit.
Jackie, if you work in Arasaka counter intel, you're always fucked.
I will actually say that I've committed. I also tended to hoard some skills in this game as well. But yes, I tend to commit skills in this one a little bit more.
Don't worry about me. I'll manage on my own.
So there's one thing I wanted to double check here. They may have. Okay, so copyright is done. We should still have the custom settings, but what's the deal here with rate? they definitely changed some of this on me. Yeah, don't apply. Don't apply. Yeah, I'll figure those out later. I think this should. Oh my god. I definitely messed something up. Alright, first time in Night City, pay close attention to the tutorials to learn more about the basic mechanics of the game, or if you're already an experienced edge runner, feel free to disable hints. Go to the database at any time during the game to access tutorials, as well as read up on the most important topics of Cyberpunk 2077. Okay, I think I can live with that. So I suppose we do have a few people who are fans of Cyberpunk inside here. Is anybody here familiar with the setting or unfamiliar with the setting? Might be the better question.
The onset of American prohibition, the end of World War I, and the birth of Saburo Arasaka. From an early age, Saburo was heavily involved.
Christ, you were supposed to be here an hour ago.
Man, he quickly
Got held up, but I'll be right there.
Fucking Frankfurt. That Abernathy bitch will probably dump it in our laps.
Hello, Charles Olmsted.
Hanging up. I'll be in my office. You hurry up.
Saburo Arasaka enlisted as a pilot in the Nippon Kaigun, the Japanese Imperial Navy. By the age of 23, he had already achieved the rank of lieutenant. With 20 confirmed aerial victories, he forever will be honored as one of the Imperial...
Yes. And in fact, this one...
Mr. Jenkins asked for you. He's in his office.
I believe this game takes place after...
Hey, V. It's been ages. It's me, Frank. We met during Icefall. East Coast, remember?
I believe this game takes place after after the events of Red.
I didn't know you were in Night City. How have you been?
You know how it is. A week ago, I was still in Cape Town. I heard you're in counter intel. Must have a shit show on your hands right now after Frankfurt. Jenkins is your lead, right? Is he what everyone says he is?
What's everyone say about Jenkins?
That he's effective. Like any psychopath. Apparently, he's gone a little crazier lately.
Hey, he's in a tough spot. The director was supposed to greenlight his promotion when the Japanese arrived. She stabbed him in the back instead. And you, who do you work under?
Abernathy. She's really good. Came up with the whole Cape Town ploy on her own.
Abernathy. The bitch who burned my boss in the promotion to Spec Ops Director.
You know how it is. Things happen.
Yeah, they do indeed.
I do like the Street Kid start, Charles, but I'm definitely most interested in the corporate opening.
Tell me about the op in Cape Town.
Operation Cargo. You know about it?
Arming local conflicts in Africa. I didn't know that was you.
It was me. We dumped crates full of rifles into the ocean. They had to be pulled out using borrowed fishing boats. Same old circus, but hey, that's how wars are won.
Listen, sorry, in a bit of a rush right now. We'll talk another time, okay?
Sure. Good seeing you again.
Emergency protocols active. System security confirmed.
Don't look. That's him. Jenkins' boy.
Why could it work with that prick? What do you think they're...
Please enter the antechamber.
The company could lose it.
Visitor authorization granted.
Are you online? Have a seat, V. Be right with you. We have to handle this voting issue before we lose our bases in a sea of clouds. They're about to begin. What's the situation? Yeah, just as we thought. You know what to do. Start now. Director Abernathy.
I watched the vote. What the hell was that?
A deep clean after the shit Frankfurt dumped on us. As we agreed, I got rid of the problem.
I told you to resolve the problem, not massacre the European Space Council. Do you understand what the cover-up will cost?
We would have lost the license. Now we gained a week. That's a win.
Path of least resistance always. No nuance. Has you written all over it. We're not done talking about this.
I hate that bitch. I always have.
Always, meaning how long?
Before Night City, we worked on an assignment in Osaka. 2 years of subterfuge. She spent them digging a trap for me. When she became director of Spec Ops, and that's when she finally shoved me in it. Now she's holding a gun to my head to make sure I don't try anything. But she won't pull the trigger because she needs me. I do what she doesn't have the guts to do.
Divide and conquer. Effective strategy.
Effective. What would you do in my position?
You have to defend yourself. Remind Abernathy you're not her doormat.
You're right.
Smack her once, but hard. She'll respect you.
Seems we see eye to eye on this issue. Take this.
A data shard.
Proof of my trust. Go on, take it. It's what I've collected over the past weeks. Biometrics, trauma team card, names of her closest associates. Driver, chief of security, lover, lover's husband, everything. Use it, and make sure Abernathy won't be a problem anymore. You said it. I need to defend myself.
If anyone finds out we even talked about this, I'll go down with you.
That's true. But everyone knows you only made it to where you are thanks to me. So it's not like they could ever believe you played no part in it.
What'll happen if I refuse?
Don't ask stupid questions. This isn't a request, V. We seem to understand each other. Take this, too.
Cred ship transactions are traceable. Paper disappears soon as you spend it.
What can I say? Use this money only, find the right people for the job, no corporate affiliation. And for the core task, use someone you know inside out. Are we clear?
Yeah, I think we're clear.
Good. In that case, I'll await your report. And good luck with it. I have my AV waiting outside. It's yours to use. And don't disappoint me. Jenkins, Night City Counter.
So there'll probably be some dialogue between now and when we go outside. But I am curious if
I have those reports you asked for.
They were supposed to be ready yesterday.
I know, but I have them now.
Send them to my inbox, and you and I will have a word about this later.
Hey, V, you alive? How's things in the Viper pit?
Need your help, Jack. Got some biz.
Always biz with you, mano. You in some trouble?
Not yet. Right now, I just need a soul I can trust.
That kind of sounded like a yes. Meet me at Lizzie's. Be there in an hour.
Anyways, I did want to try and talk a little bit about some of the corporate settings and such, the settings specifically for the Arasaka Corporation. But I'll probably just wind up running through this, and then we can catch up on all of the different story details. But yeah, I'm going to be talking a bit less than what I normally would through the introduction. Mare Nubium, the Sea of Clouds, lunar mare on the side of the moon, diameter 440 miles, selenographic boundaries, 1185 degrees north, 3048 degrees south, 545 degrees east, 29, 27 degrees west, center, negative 59 degrees north, negative 17, 29 degrees east. Sorry, I should also say negatives in front of all of those. Economic significance negligible, composed primarily of research facilities serving as cover for more complex operations. Tactical significance high. Mare Nubium is a basin of black clinics essential for research into innovative and experimental technologies. Logistical significance moderate, located in relative close proximity to Oceanus Procellarium, the location of the western mass driver. Okay. Report summary NUSA and Militech. After assessing data collected from contact reports in Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and Montana, we did not confirm any active NUSA efforts against Arasaka assets or operatives in federal territories. However, the same conclusion cannot be drawn regarding potential threats from Militech. Although the corporation has obvious close ties to the NUSA government, we were unable to obtain valuable intel due to much tighter control on internal procedure and information flows. We must rely on unconfirmed circumstantial evidence obtained by our own field agents for the time being. Conclusion: further human gathering required. Current data are circumstantial and do not allow for indisputable conclusions. Messages. Vacation with the Stars from the Crystal Palace. Unbeatable offers. 2 encrypted. Have you been to Thailand, Morocco, and Alaska more times than you can count? Looking for an adventure that just isn't another tour of Europe? Do you want to see how the world's biggest film and brain-dent stars relax and party? Do you want to see the stars among the stars? Now you can! The Crystal Palace is offering a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to book an Earthview apartment along with your cosmically gargantuan selection of vouchers for any of our award-winning restaurants and casino comps to get lady luck on your side early. And don't worry, we do everything to assure your stay is heavenly, but your bill isn't astronomical. Previous week's result from quantified Satori to V. Your biodata indicators are reading abnormally. High levels of cortisol, I do not know medical terms at all. Catecholaminé and adrenaline persist from previous levels. Hormone blocker usage is prescribed for only 2 weeks before requiring a baseline reset, but your usage has continued beyond 3 weeks. Recommendation: meet with your trainer to prepare a recovery plan. Postmortem: Operation Wormy Apple from Arasaka Department of Analytics, Night City. The meeting of the Department of Operational Oversight Committee finds the following regarding Operation Wormy Apple. The operation was executed without following proper procedure, thus putting agent lives and, more importantly, company reputation in jeopardy. The operation's success is solely due to the fact that Petrochem committed errors which proved more costly than our own. All personnel involved in planning the operation will be subject to internal audit. We find the death of the Prague contact caused toxin-induced cardiac arrest a direct result of poor planning. Required action: investigate all stages of operation planning from reconnaissance to implementation with the aim of isolating irregularities in procedure and/or judgment. New space from Administration Bulletin to Arasaka Night City. We are pleased to announce the opening of a new space in our Night City headquarters. Our scientists have meticulously curated authentic rainforest flora and fauna and designating our very own experimental self-sustaining ecosystem. More details coming soon. We could surf the net, but I really just wanted to read the report that was mentioned. So one thing I'm not clear about here, let's see if we can find this. This would be under journal. The corporate. Sometimes I wonder what it's like to work for Arasaka, you know? The way I figured, it's like playing Russian roulette for a million eddies. Give it a spin, pull the trigger, you hear it click, you strike it rich. And if you don't, well, the mess is someone else's problem. So to recap, Abernathy is Jenkins' boss, Jenkins is your boss, and he ordered you to off Abernathy. It's classic damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You kill her, you're fucked. You tell Abernathy, you're even more fucked. Why? Because for the past few years, you've been batting for Jenkins' team. If you get the job done and do it well, you might get a promotion, but forget sleeping at night because who knows how soon you'll be in someone's crosshairs. Only proves the wide varieties of opportunities Arasaka has to offer. And then Phantom Liberty, make a name for yourself in Night City. Sure, V, a good edge runner is always looking to broaden their horizons. run down the unbeaten path, but one wrong move and suddenly your back's up against the wall. Believe me, been there. Before you dive too deep into the unknown, wrap up a few loose ends in Night City first, step by step in this town, okay? Okay, let's, I do want to read the lore bits as they're introduced, so let's get this out of the way to begin with. Corporations in the latter half of the 21st century, not get that out of the way, this is interesting stuff, but corporations in the latter half of the 21st century, corporations are international financial behemoths, megacorporations. They have their own political aims, even waging more or less open conflicts against the competition. It's no exaggeration to say that corporations are what shapes the reality and life of an ordinary person. Just take a look around. Every object in your home came off some production line in a factory belonging to one of the megacorps. Another one delivers electricity to your home so you can watch TV on a media conglomerate's channel, which in turn has corporations as a majority of its shareholders. Everything you drink, even to a certain extent the air you breathe, it all comes from global concerns. Even if you're blissfully unaware of this, the corporations still influence every aspect of your life. They're at your fingertips. Ah, those fingers are chrome? What manufacturer? Exactly. Arasaka Corporation. The Arasaka Corporation is the longest operating megacorp in the world. Its origins date back to the mid-20th century when a young Saburo Arasaka inherited his father's nascent company, transforming it into a global leader in security. Today, the Arasaka Corporation is known as an arms manufacturing giant that has its hands in military conflicts across all continents. Due to the latest advances in technology and the company's seemingly unlimited capital, Arasaka is poised to achieve its political goals on a massive scale. Arasaka's soldiers and agents are known not only for their excellent training, but also their steadfast loyalty to corporate values and CEO Saburo Arasaka himself, who despite his advancing age continues to govern the corporation with an iron fist. Even discussions of a succession plan must be kept to a whisper, because no one would dare openly question the authority of the world's greatest weapons empire. Almost no one. I guess Succession was probably out around the time that Cyberpunk had come up, yet I don't feel that it was being talked about quite the same way that it was, recently. But I think that was also kind of a validation of the fact that you can make sort of Cyberpunk-style games that are about corporate intrigue that don't necessarily just have to be about shooting. I think that gave a really good example in terms of how you can get some very high stakes drama out of these kinds of subjects. I have also gone on at great length about Edward Deming, but I don't know if anybody who's in chat now was here for the story. Basically, the story about why every Cyberpunk story basically seems to have the Japanese kind of controlling everything, because there is actually a really fun bit of history that makes that the case. In the specific case of Arasaka, essentially the Arasaka Corporation is this long-standing grudge of Saburo, the World War II veteran, to take his revenge on the United States over their victory in the Second World War. Itself a really interesting bit of history, but the specific idea of kind of Japanese conglomerates owning everything has its origins in some real history, and it's kind of a fun one for me because it involves a statistician. But Arasaka Tower, to some a monument of corporate power, to others a symbol of oppression. Arasaka's West Coast headquarters is the heart of the megacorporation's financial and military operations in both Americas. Destroyed in 2023 in a bombing carried out by Johnny Silverhand, the tower later rose from the rubble as a testament to the corporation's ultimate triumph over its enemies. If history is written by the victors, then they made quite sure that this particular footnote was written by the hands of the world's best architects. The majestic 20-34-foot steel and concrete monolith towers over Corpo Plaza, casting a shadow over every street in Night City, both literally and figuratively. The decisions that fall from the heavily guarded Arasaka Tower determine the lives of all within the city limits. All right. Actually, sorry. That wasn't the reason why I went into the inventory in the first place. Visa office blazer, corporate uniform, designer level quality, sure, but a uniform nonetheless. Arasaka's dress code is your dress code, and forget about suits. True success is measured by one's shoes. Okay, so I know there's the journal, but I believe there is... I know there's a higher level to this thing. Okay. Oh, right, database. Holy hell. I'm not reading all that. I gotta figure out the best way of reading these things. Yeah, we'll figure out a way to go through the database as concepts are introduced.
I have nothing to add. Tell your people to be careful.
They'll be searching for dirt on us now.
Did you see the report on the vote? I mean, shit.
The world's going to tear us apart with access granted. Please provide your destination.
Bring up district analytics.
Increased NCPD presence and activity has been reported in Haywood. No official statement has been forthcoming. Intercepted radio communications suggest MaxTac has been sent to the area. A widespread power failure has been reported in Santo Domingo. All other districts exhibit activity within expected parameters.
Destination, Lizzie's Bar.
Noted. En route.
So one thing I really liked, I should probably shut up while the news goes by.
Following a failure in a neural stabilization system. 5 European Space Council members are dead, while 3 remain in critical condition. Authorities are still looking into what might have caused this shocking incident. The council members were all wearing Biotechnica-provided devices. The corporation's representatives have, as yet, refused to comment. Our reporter is on the scene. We'll have updates on developments as they come to light. Stay with N54 News for the latest.
So one of the things I really liked about the design of the cars, and again, I'm not sure how much of this has its origins in the tabletop RPG and how much of this is what CD Projekt has brought to the, to the game or the setting. But I like this idea of vehicles that, because of the overall decrease in safety.
Hello, V.
Yes? We weren't scheduled to connect till the end of the week.
Quantified Satori received notification of a somewhat troubling biometric reading. I felt I should call. Is everything in order?
I'm dealing with a temporary nuisance. Nothing you should worry about.
Just think back to our last session. The neuromotor relaxation exercises 3 times a day. They'll soothe and lift your spirit. I know this.
Sure, okay. See you later.
But yeah, so you have, in one sense, you have this idea of the heightened danger sort of brought about largely through the actions of these corporations and sort of the increasing inequality, the increasing desperation of people down below, but also the means, both financial and technological, to be able to work around it. So, whether it's like something like a gated community or whether it's the idea of having a vehicle which is sort of almost like a...
Find a spot close to the bar, as close as you can. Fuck procedures.
Initiating landing sequence based on new parameters.
Basically almost as close to... it's kind of almost like a submarine in the sense that it's supposed to be kind of impenetrable. But of course you have these cameras, these images projected on the wall instead of windows.
Problem, Psycho Suit. This look like a landing pad to you? Could have fucking crushed us. Jesus Christ. Okay, no,
I think I might be having a couple performance troubles here. Yeah, fair enough. I was thinking just in terms of what the...
Why is this happening?
naturally.
Seems trouble once in.
Keep an eye on the AV for me, will you?
I don't get paid to do that.
I wasn't asking. And not a scratch on it when I get back.
Welcome to Lizzie's.
So I do remember there were a couple of cases where the performance dropped. I remember this bar was one of them, but if we get too many... That's not where I'm supposed to go. If we get too many substantial drops that aren't in temporary places, I'll meddle with the settings a bit, but it seems like there was a... It seemed like there were worse consequences. God, this is worse than I remember. The game has gotten more demanding with 2.0, so I might need to mess around with some of this. I think there's an auto detect, but it.
Now sit down and tell me what's got your shorts in a knot.
It's good to see you too, Jack. How you been?
I got sparks flying between the Valentino boys and Maelstrom. Eddie's there for the taking, as long as you don't get flatlined. Yeah, I know how it is. Can't complain, but we ain't here to shoot the shit about me.
I wonder if there's a way that we can get this thing back to...
Let me hear about this problem of yours.
Jackie, before I start, this stays between us.
Por supuesto.
I'm serious. This thing, it could ruin me.
So could I. You do realize who you're talking to, right? The guy who's done this before. You remember what happened in Mexico, at the border? I peep one word.
I know, you saved my ass. If word about the cartels had gotten out.
But it didn't. And this won't either. That's why you came to see dear old Jackie.
Data shard. Take it. What do you think?
Won't come cheap. It'll have to be done on the sly. No trail. Hard eddies only.
Got the money.
Full crew job for sure. Techie, maybe two. A runner with a gold-plated brain. And a driver with wheels from hell. Not to mention, a solo.
Huh. The piece I'm missing.
That what you need from me? My trigger finger to zero this lady?
Thought I could always count on you, Jack.
You know me. I'm not all sunshine and rainbows, but this job ain't my style. Actually, I didn't think it was yours either.
You know how Arasaka operates. Or, okay, maybe you don't. This isn't a professional request I can refuse.
But I can. And I am. And you should too. Now, what do you say we liquor up and talk life? Gracias, mamita. Double tequila with grenadine and lime. Nothing better for drowning nerves.
You know I don't drink.
You still never bend the rules, huh? Hey, okay, I get you. This job and all the rest of that corpo bullshit, you know what it is? Un pacto con el diablo. Been saying it all along. Sold your soul to those Arasaka fuckers. Today, they got you to zero somebody. Tomorrow, they'll get somebody else to zero you.
Those are the rules, Jack. You want to be top? Gotta have some skin in the game.
Yeah, but you're not on top. Saburo Arasaka is. And you're the pendejo who keeps him there. Work for yourself, live for yourself. That's the only way.
Maybe someday. But for now, I'm still well within their reach.
You'll always be within reach. Always Hey, you lost? Got a problem?
V, is that right?
Did Jenkins send you? Don't believe I know you.
You don't, but we know you very well. Jenkins assigned you a task today. You'll share all the details with us.
Name and department again? Didn't quite catch it first time around. Ugh, fuck!
How you feeling? Pretty sharp dive, huh?
Your access to company networks is hereby revoked. In 2 minutes, any company cybernetics in your possession will cease functioning. Give us the data you received from Jenkins. This will conclude termination procedures.
Information's on the shard.
Smart choice.
We done?
With the formalities, yes. But I think Abernathy would gladly up our fee for ridding her of a piece of rot like you. Stand up. You're coming with us. Come on, move it.
Wait a minute. I think you fellas might have forgotten just how far from home you are. Not sure this barrio's your style, let alone a healthy option. Queda claro.
Is that a threat?
Well, you start shooting, maybe we join in, huh? Before you know it, somebody might die today.
We have what we came for. It'll do for now.
Ooh, dodged one there. Hijo de la chingada.
It should get better after this scene, but I'm seeing if going to the main menu can help. Nope.
Hey, how you feel? You all right?
I can't breathe.
Need help?
No, it's just withdrawal syndrome. Sort of. I think they cut off my hormone regulators. Biomon and SAT analysis system. Body's gotta adjust.
Hey. Should I get you to a Ripper? Or, I guess, maybe trauma team's on its way.
TT policy's gone, Jack. So are my biochem controllers. Company pad. I mean, they've seized my bank account. Not frozen, seized.
Jesus, these fuckers move fast. You sure you feel okay, though? I mean...
Give me a minute. Get my shit together. That'd be that, Jack. Just lost control of my life. Completely.
I'd say you got it back. You couldn't say no to them, so they said it to you. This is a turn for the better. You'll see. Besides, you haven't lost everything.
No, Jack, I did. Lost everything. Access to intel systems, my pad, car, contacts, every shred of credibility.
At least you still got the eddies for the hit job. Probably some fat-ass chunk of cha-ching, just right for a new start. That's right, fool. Buckle up.
So,
You hearing all right? Don't look so hot.
basically, this sequence and then the Dexter Deshawn car sequence should be the two where it basically goes just pear-shaped like this.
Your new life, it starts now.
But the rest of it should perform reasonably well, and if it doesn't, I did want to do a just a quality check before starting, but I had to worry about installing. So, sorry about that sequence. Enjoy this cinematic.
Stanley here with you, and we got another day ahead of us in this city of dreams. Ooh, I love this town. Love it like you might love a mother who popped you out.
Wait, what? Okay. Something's not right here. Oh, okay. Well, we just skipped that.
Somewhere in this building.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick reset.
Probably crawling with the pendejos that kidnapped her. Eyes and ears open, all right?
So sorry, I did skip over a big.
Got you a little something. Militech training shard. In case you need to brush up on your dance moves. Down for some target practice in VR?
Yes, I know. I'm trying, okay? I can't just quit the game in the middle of a dialogue sequence.
Not now, Jack. No time. Maybe later.
Sure. Mañana.
Let's do this.
Elevator. This way.
Okay, let me just take a quick second here. I think I need to just full on take a break because I'm actually really kind of keyed up right now, but let's at least try and Okay, so there's two things that I want to do here. One, I want to get Task Manager up on the other screen just to see. So again, the challenge that I'm running into is this. So there have been sequences in this game which I do know like they just chug, and they've always chugged no matter what the settings are. So that sequence in the bar, and then there's the car ride with Dexter Deshawn. But the fact that sort of buddy sequence seemed to have the problem suggests to me that might be a different problem. The other alternative, or the other alternative explanation, is that the setting changes. Actually, let me just see here. So, yeah, there used to be there was like a whole list that they gave in terms of the changes of what the settings were. So I guess the big thing for me is that just because they worked in the previous patch doesn't necessarily mean they'll work right now. But again, I was hoping to avoid having to sit down and diagnose all of this stuff in...
Hey everyone, feels great to have you back.
in the middle of a stream.
Did y'all hear about that Arasaka aircraft carrier docked in Night City called Kujira, or the Whale? Apparently the Corp figured it wasn't safe in Japanese waters. Afraid
Elevator.
some local
This way.
fishermen...
Okay, so that seems to be fine. Okay, so we'll go ahead with this for now. I will try and catch up with any details in between. So the sequence that one, there was a an introduction to our Netrunner bug or T-bug, who takes us through a tutorial in terms of the combat and that. You'll see a pretty decent representation of combat in a little bit. I should be able to remember how this works on its own. And then there's basically this whole sequence. I'll be honest with you, it never quite worked for me. So basically, the way that the game is set up is that you'll have one of three origin stories, either the Corpo, the Nomad, or the Street Kid. And they all converge on this introduction to Jackie Wells, and either you've known him. So in the case of the Corpo, you've known him for a while. In the case of the Street Kid, you meet him while trying to steal a car. And then I believe in the case of the Nomad, he's somebody who helps you get over the border. Or anyways, you wind up attached to him through a mission that you're doing. So only the Corpo actually has him as a prior friend. And there's basically kind of this whole montage sequence of you sort of establishing your life in Night City as a runner proper. And then it sort of shows you, like, get set up with your apartment, your new clothes, and so on and so forth. But it's not too. It's not. It's not the end of the world if you don't get to see that. All right, Jackie Wells, a proud son of Haywood and even prouder son of Mama Wells. Jackie's stubborn when he wants something. He won't stop or shut up about it until he gets his hands on it. Jackie always wants a lot out of life, maybe too much. As a teenager, he joined the Valentinos gang, but realizing how much he was capable of, he quit. For years, he hustled through the unforgiving world of merc work because you need more than a go-getter attitude to just to sit at the big boys' table. You need street cred. Jackie's life goal has always been to become a legend at the afterlife and to make a heap of eddies along the way. Okay. Oh, sorry, I didn't read the entry. Wakako Okada's got us a gig. Fixer got an SOS call from one of her clients, Sandra Dorset. All signs point to her having been plucked off the street by scavengers. Motherfuckers are in the biz of carving people up and selling their implants on the black market. Think it's time we paid him a visit. What do you say, SA? So it's starting to chug a little bit here, but it's not as bad as before. And again, the challenge here is that the more I fiddle with the settings, the less we're going to have on gameplay. So I don't know where the break point is.
Biomon went mute a couple hours back. Suspected abduction. Target could have possibly flatlined already. Not sure you're in time.
We're in time, Bug. Sure you're on phones, but that don't make you any less part of this squad.
Squad. Charming.
Bug, you could at least try to be nice.
You want nice, supportive? Call a damn helpline.
This is a nice touch in the mini-map. I haven't seen that before.
Looking for 1237. Target should be inside, but I got 0 eyes on her biomon. Fingers crossed it's not too late.
Is that you?
Ugh, I hate this life or death shit. Hurry. Try hacking the door. Think you can trip it on your own, V?
This is one thing that was interesting in the structure of this game. Fresh meat. We won't forget you're a dead man walking. From Victor to Blaze, you're fucked. If any of your lackeys show up here again, they're in for worse than a split jaw. That's not an empty threat. Try me, motherfuckers. So I haven't actually met Victor yet, but that's a neat little detail I didn't notice before.
Sandra Dorset's protected under Echelon 2 corporal immunity. Our girl's top shelf. This one's packing black market Zeta Tech repros. Typical back alley fix-ups. Not our lucky gal. Let's keep looking.
You can give me 1 second here. I want to try something with... Might be something in GOG I can change here in the background. Just give me a second. Okay. I'm definitely seeing something weird here. But I don't know how to fix it. I have a feeling, again, I don't mean to speak ill of the, the people who have given me the key, but I sometimes get the impression that GOG Galaxy has been updated a number of times, and it's kind of like it's layering on a few different features. And I think what may have happened through this layering is that there's a feature that I kind of need to access right now. And I think they've actually removed the option to set the hotkey that you need, which is a problem. Oops. Okay. I'm going to try one more thing and then just take the loss and move on. Yeah, that's not it. Okay. I think I'm just gonna have to... Actually, here's what I can do. I can just take everything and knock it down one level. Hang on. So it should be that if I turn on the fidelity, yeah, DLSS gets turned off. This is almost certainly what's causing the problem. There we go.
Mira, eyes up. Pendejos ahead. Drop it quiet, V. Keep it calm. Or they'll spot us. Nice. Couldn't have done that better myself.
Cyberware usage and its side effects. Many people believe that we live in a time when impossible has become an obsolete term. Ripper docs can replace nearly any part of the human body with artificial implants, from your big toe to portions of the nervous system. My years in trauma team, however, taught me that the impossible is still very much possible. Even now, as we enter the twilight of the 21st century, we as medical professionals have not been able to eliminate all of the side effects that come from incorporating cybernetic elements into our bodies. Of course, everyone is familiar with the mental disorder most commonly referred to as cyberpsychosis, but it doesn't end there. Although advances in medical science for the greater part of a century have reduced its incidence to a minimum, cyberware rejection can still occur in a small subset of the population. Those unlucky few can experience a range of complications, but the following are most prevalent. 1. Immune response. The body rejects the implant, causing scar tissue to continue growing to the point that it causes pain and inflammation of surrounding tissue, as well as possible interference with the tech's electrical circuits. 2. Psychological effects. Neurological implants have the potential to cause unpredictable change in the brain. Possible side effects include depression, apathy, hallucinations, and sudden increases in addictive behaviors such as gambling. 3. Implant overdependence. Long-term use of certain synthetic body part replacements can change the brain's chemistry to make it accustomed to a particular type of implant. There are reported cases of permanent blindness after patients attempted to replace their Kuroshi optical implants with different models. In the face of these known risks, what should our outlook be as consumers and medical professionals? To deny ourselves cybernetic enhancements on the 0.5% chance that we should lose our vision forever, or gamble away our life savings at the casino? The clear answer is no. Cyberware technology has elevated human biology to a point where these what-if arguments serve against our best interests. The best advice I can offer for minimizing your risk is to read the technomedical profiles for all the cyberware you intend to purchase before you install it. Yeah, and Algren, sorry, I know I got really frustrated earlier there. I think probably you may have been realizing that you just came into the stream moments before you came in and said there are frame rate problems. I had sort of said for the, I think, third time, okay, there seems to be a problem here. I'm going to try and fix it because it's past the point when it should. So it just happened to be that after I said that again, I'm coming in and seeing someone in chat say, hey, you got frame rate problems. I'm like, oh, so sorry if I probably came off as extremely unreasonable on that, because I do actually appreciate it when people mention that there are problems. Just obviously, if I have acknowledged that there is a problem and, you know, someone is stating the obvious at a time when I'm really trying to sort it, that's the sort of thing that sets me completely off in terms of streaming. So no, you're absolutely right. Like, again, I don't want to create a situation where people are discouraged from saying stuff. It's just, again, it's the fine line in terms of, you know, it's kind of, you know, the best example I can take from, particularly from Book of Hours, is, you know, I'll say something like, okay, and we're, you know, I'm not, you know, committing skills to the Tree of Wisdoms, you know, this has been kind of interesting to see how far it goes. And then, you know, seconds after I say something like that, somebody comes in, oh, well, you can take your skills and commit it to the Tree of Wisdoms, and then you'll get the elements of the soul. Like, I don't know, you know, how that works. So, you know, it's one of these things where I think the thing that bothers me the most about it, and like I said, you said it's already fine. The thing that bothers me the most is that there's actually been a small window where I've tried to allow backseating, and particularly in the sense of, like, there are times where I've been genuinely confused in a game and I've wanted to know how something works in more detail. So I said, okay, now is the time. It's open. All of you fans of this game, could you please let me know how this thing works? Because I'm actually not quite able to get a good read on what it has. And people have never had an answer for it. They are as confused by the thing I'm confused by. So the thing that just, and I'm sorry to turn this into a rant here, but I need a second to get a glass of water anyway. But the thing that just completely frustrated me with that situation is that every other time something like that has happened and I haven't asked for it, I've already known the information. It basically means that every single time somebody's been coming in as a supposed expert on my own stream or as a supposed expert on this game or whatever, it's always been the most basic information, something that anybody who's just conscious and looking at the tutorials or the manual or any of the basic stuff, that is all that they are presenting as their expertise, like the stuff that anybody with half a brain cell would be able to understand. And it drives me completely bonkers because there are many things you can accuse me of, but not paying attention to basic instructions, I don't think is one of them. So anyways, with that note, I'm going to take a quick break. One, to refill my beverages, and two, to go to the bathroom. So I am sorry, this has been a rough start to the game, but it seems like we are back on track in terms of the visual quality of the game. And then we'll be able to hopefully get through most of the tutorial steps in a little bit. But particularly to Last Name Unknown, I don't know if you're making an evaluation of Cyberpunk on the basis of this, or less unknown, unavailable. Just DLSS. So for somewhere along the line, DLSS wound up disabled, and all of my settings are built on it. So there is the overhead of running the stream, right? So encoding the stream is a non-trivial. I think this is one thing people fail to appreciate. Compression, and that does also mean encoding for video, is not trivial for computers. GPUs make it faster, right? It's dedicated hardware for specialized computation, which is wonderful. And I mean, the reason why NVIDIA is a very successful company because, one, they identified that gaming was the sector where they would be able to build these specialized chips, but their intention was always to build a bigger company that would serve more than that. And of course, now we're on the second phase of that strategy with all of the developments that they're doing that basically are the backbone of so much of the AI work that's going on here. But the thing is that the encoding still needs to happen. So GPUs are very good at it. It's definitely better than doing software encoding, but it does take more than what you have inside of the computer. But even with that in mind, like the hit that I get from streaming isn't massive, like it's quantified, let's say. But if the DLSS is off, Cyberpunk basically just doesn't run for me. I mean, it runs, but it runs like what you see there. There are particularly demanding parts of the game that are a very, very pretty PowerPoint presentation. But yeah, so I'm somewhere along the line when I was messing around with the city's settings, DLSS got knocked off. For those of you who want to know how DLSS works, I do know a little bit about that too. But that was basically what did it. And as soon as I turned it on, I actually just turned it on to auto, and everything got sorted. Anyways, like I said, I'm going to take a quick break. I will be back momentarily, and we should be able to run through everything. Honestly, actually, okay. So for those of you who don't know about it, if you have a card that supports it, I highly recommend, if you have the option in a game to turn on DLSS, just turn it on. Like, people throw around this nonsense about like the visual quality is not as good, or I can always tell when it's turned on or something like that. The best answer to this stuff is just trust your own eyes on it. Turn it on, take a look. Essentially what it is it's a form of compression. So apparently I'm going to rant on this now. It's a form of compression where essentially they have taken basically just a lot of different images, And they've found a way. It's essentially they just kind of put it in a model. Like one way you can sort of think about some of these like large language models, and it's not an LLM. Basically, one way you can think of a lot of these things that are kind of getting listed under the broad heading of AI is they're just different forms of compression. So essentially what's happening here is the game is taking the lower quality textures and basically a lot of the images that you would normally play on, say, like lower settings. And because they've been able to train this model to go from a lower resolution image up to a higher resolution image, and because the process of going from that lower resolution image to the higher resolution image is, remember to compress my compression rant to improve performance. Basically because it is less computationally demanding to go from this lower resolution option to the higher resolution one. You kind of get the best of both worlds. You get a good looking game, but you have much less, you have fewer demands on your hardware to be able to realize the visuals. And of course, the cost for that is, in the end, it's like any other statistical model that you are working with. It's going to be sort of an approximation of what reality is. And there can sometimes be some corner cases that look weird, or, there's all sorts of different things that can go wrong with this. But the fact of the matter is, whether it's, Battlefield or MechWarrior 5 or Cyberpunk, turning on DLSS, or there's an AMD Fidelity FX, and then I think Intel has one now. But basically, any of these technologies, to me, I've never had a situation where I will look at that and say, oh, well, that just looks like garbage. But there are definitely points, as you have just seen, where I can have a really cool looking game look really cool and run it. My GPU is the weakest part of my system. So for me, it really does make the difference. I don't have a high enough one to like take advantage of DLSS 3.0, but anyways, yeah. So that's the big thing. If you have a computer that supports it, I highly recommend just turning it on. But hey, Delamain, I was having some hardware trouble, but it's very good to see you. I'm actually taking a small break so I can go to the bathroom and I don't know, drink coffee, replace the missing button. Cap all your games at 60 frame. Yeah, no, that's also a good way to do it. I've got a higher refresh monitor, so I'd like it, but I also like playing at high resolutions, and there's a trade-off between that. So, but yeah, no, that's a good one. But in the end, you'd still be able to realize higher. You'd still be able to, for either higher graphic settings or what have you. You'd still be able to realize the benefits. Either if you're falling below 60 frames or if you've had to lower your settings to be able to achieve that. Essentially, tools like DLSS would work that. Sometimes setting things to like Vulkan or DirectX 12 also help out as well, but that kind of depends on the developers of the game. So like I think one of the Tom Clancy games from Ubisoft put in Vulkan, and there were some pretty substantial improvements. Anyways, I'm going to shut up. I'm going to take a small break. I will run ads for a little bit just to help people on the pre-roll. I do notice that somebody just followed, so Pyro Phoenix, thank you for that. I'm sorry, I don't know why the alert didn't pop up, but breaks are deserved for hardcore gamers. Oh, I don't count as that, but... And I thank you very much for the gifts as well. I am sorry to leave you on that note. I will come back and thank you properly, but please enjoy some ads as I count that mad subscriber dollar. I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, and for some reason my break sign didn't didn't trigger at that time, so this has been a particularly clowny broadcast. Not a bad time to remind people as well that Last Name Unavailable is a Twitch streamer in their own right, and I believe the embargo is finished. So that's a proper shout out that I can give when I have, I don't know, 3 more people than the last time. But in any case, I will mention that Last Name Unavailable does actually play CRPGs, plays them at a higher skill level, and is much more engaging during them than I am. So in addition to the Book of Hours connection, there is also, not the Cyberpunk connection, but I figure if you like Cyberpunk, you probably like those Bethesda-style RPGs and whatnot as well. Okay, and I'm always happy to see Delamain whenever I'm playing Cyberpunk, because first of all, the Delamain quest line is actually a lot of fun, but also I understand that the driving has been reworked in this, so I will have an... thanks for the Yasha Sniper. Oh, is there drops that are coming out of this? I'm delighted that you got something out of this if that's what happened, but... You're on the Cyberpunk list for 2 gift subs. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you. That's... I had no idea that I made that list. I didn't get any kinds of replies for that. So that's an absolute delight. Thank you very much for letting me know that. I actually owe a big thank you for that. So now all of you have to go buy this on GOG, so 100% of your money can go to CD Projekt Red and make up the truly astonishing amounts of money that they're spending on their broadcasters. But I really appreciate that. Thank you. And as one of your recipients was in fact in the channel to say that as well. So
On your toes. More bodies incoming. They're almost on.
But yeah, now that Delamain is in here and there's new
Wait for your chance. Pick the prick off.
Score big on that Primas Chrome she's got.
I should have tagged everybody while I was there, but
Take one down. Just real quiet. Hey, grab the one closest. Let's pick up. Suerte.
I was intrigued that I don't think this is true for the original version of the game, but that first guy that you take out, you only have the option of you actually only have the option of killing that first guy. But one of the things I really like about this start is it's really loud, and you start right at the beginning. They show you what the scavs do to people. So in addition to... Okay, am I not able to grab this fellow? There's an easy fix to that. Music's too loud. Apparently can't hear the... So this isn't exactly how I would want to... how I'd want to do this on hard difficulty, but...
Scavs are still prone. Clean it up, clean it out. Don't want to be bringing the target out under fire. Definitely don't want to slow you back.
No way. Not neither.
I definitely heard a voice on the other side there.
We had options here. Bug, you got eyes on this shithole?
Ruby's Inn looks out on the balcony. Got a window on the left. Give me 2 cents to grease the lock.
Arnold, get his attention. I'll do the rest.
Hack on the door's just cleared. Watch yourselves.
This reboot optics isn't going to do the trick for...
Playtime's over.
We'll just do it the boring way then.
Nice shot.
Anyway.
I don't see any movement on the sensors. Looks like you got them. You're clear to go.
Shit, where the hell's our target?
Look around. Gotta be there somewhere.
Of course, I have absolutely no sense of urgency now that we've shot everyone out. But yeah, one of the things I really like about this introduction, there's something a little strange about the way that the tutorial works, and then you wind up in kind of this area, which definitely feels like a bit of a combat tutorial as well. But I always kind of liked this setup for the introduction, just because it's sort of loud and you've got the worst kind of character that you can imagine in a cyberpunk setting. People who sort of kidnap people and rip out their cyberware for resale. And it also, in addition to just being sort of the sort of place where you don't want to get caught, you also have this, the sort of beginning, there's a bunch of themes that are introduced that kind of keep coming up in the game. One of the first ones, oh, well, there's also some loot for me to pick up. It was in that data shard that we read over here about the cyberware and sort of society sort of reckoning with the advent of it, and how people have been able to reconcile some of the risks that come from it. Basically, all of that winds up coming up again and again, particularly through some of the main quest material. So here's another example of that. Pain editors and mortality rates. The implant known widely as the pain editor is cyberware that reduces or even entirely eliminates pain. It has enjoyed unwavering popularity for years among certain circles in Night City, the most devoted and arguably most valuable of which is mercenaries. It is using this test group that Zeta Tech conducted the following research. The pain editor is a neural coprocessor that inhibits signals sent from I'm so bad with the medical terminology. Nociceptors to the parietal lobe of the brain, thus preventing feelings of pain in the user. Note, some models also reduce symptoms of fatigue. The beneficial effects caused by the pain editor are in some ways similar to the symptoms of hyposthesia, using greater resistance to physical forms of torture and the ability to ignore pain from severe wounds, which can allow the user to continue to perform beyond normal human limitations for a brief period. However, some studies have reported that the pain editor can yield a range of undesirable side effects. For example, in the heat of battle, some users are unaware of the severity of their wounds, which causes them to continue fighting without realizing that they are dying and require immediate medical attention. The statistics support the theory that a lack of negative reinforcement may cause users to continue fighting when the rational strategy would be to retreat and to escape death. Since 2020, the mortality rate of pain editor owners is above 60%. In this report, I address the question of how to better protect Zeta Tech clients from avoidable death while using our pain editors. ... The other one that I think is interesting, I feel like this is just slightly being touched on here, but I don't know if they ever sort of drop the other shoe, is a lot of what we know about addiction. So there seems to be this almost, I don't want to say Faustian bargain, but there does seem to be this really horrible trade-off between painkillers and addiction, right? So some of our best painkillers have been the ones that are now just completely banned substances. Whereas, the more minor ones, you can get them over the counter, but they're not as effective. And it really does seem to be that the ones that, work the best are also the ones that become horribly addictive and will ruin your life if you allow them to. So there definitely does seem to be more than a few suggestions that, I don't know if an addiction to cyberware is the right way to put it, but that always kind of seems to be lying just underneath the surface. And I don't know if pain editors and mortality rates is intended to sort of draw that connection, but I've always found it a really difficult, I've found it very difficult to avoid that conclusion when reading this one. Okay, messages. Pay or your head will explode, from Nightmare to Encrypted. Hey Choom, today is your unlucky day. You're probably wondering who I am. I'm a voodoo boy. Probably heard of us. Remember last time you hit the net? Yeah, me too. I hack your coprocessor and install a little surprise for you. How do you know what now you do what I say or your head goes boom. I think €1,000 is fair pay to keep your head. If you pay, I uninstall my surprise. If not, I blow up your head, but blow up the head of the person you love the most first. And if you tell NCPD, I blow up your head twice. You have 2 days to pay, and I know you read this because I install Spycam in your optics. We read it together. This is not a negotiation, Choom, so do not reply. Just pay and you will live. Implants for cheap, cheap, cheap from Cyberware. Huge savings on discounted secondhand cyberware. Don't miss out! Today's deals. Plastic synthskin pink, hand size medium, 2nd gen used 1 week only, near mint condition. Tech hair green, shoulder length luminescent, 2nd gen moderate used, occasional flickering, faint cigarette smoke smell. Alloy feet, chrome, unpainted, men's size 8, 1st gen, light rust from lake water exposure, price reduction due to lack of owner records. Synthetic calf muscle, red, no casing, mint condition, 2nd gen, retrofit capable from with older joint models. Items go fast, so buy now. Continue following us for the latest and best deals. Need someone to watch your back? Animals are alpha. Danger prowls Night City. Got a stalker on your tail? Hired iron out for your blood? Some freak giving you crooked looks and bad vibes? Or maybe you're just looking to pad your personal security? The animals got your back. Survival of the fittest. It's the only law that matters in Night City. You hire us, we show your enemies just what it means. We'll protect you, your home, your workplace, your property. Hell, we're even happy to knock on a few doors if necessary. Become king of the jungle. Choose the animals. All right. I will help the client, but obviously I want to loot the joint first. The day the tower fell. In early August 2023, a single event would change the course of history. Although it fell against the bloody backdrop of the Fourth Corporate War, the global media still fed on the story for weeks. And could you blame them? A group of terrorists detonated a nuclear bomb, blowing Arasaka Tower to pieces. The terrorists' warning came too late. Not all of the tower's employees could be evacuated. The blast itself killed and wounded thousands, while countless others died from radiation sickness. How did the biggest terrorist attack in the 21st century happen? Who was behind this catastrophe? To find the answers, we'll first need to understand the context of that era. The early 2020s was a period of unrest for Night City, and anti-corporate sentiment was at an all-time high. In the epicenter of the city's lawlessness stood the Atlantis Club. It was seen as an island of resistance against the powers that be, primarily megacorporations like Militech or Biotechnica, though a special place in hell was reserved for Arasaka, the Japanese arms manufacturing Zaibatsu that held most of influence over Night City. The kinds of people who frequented the Atlantis felt that corporations had hijacked the future and turned people into consumer slaves and, ironically, deprived of the two things capitalism loved the most, freedom and choice. These people called themselves edge runners. They positioned themselves against the corporate world order. They declared their own freedom in opposition to the status quo, but deprived of any peaceful way of meaningfully change. Any peaceful way to meaningfully change what they called the system. They reached for more radical methods of self-expression, and these people were no strangers to violence. I found out later, through playing this game, you do actually get to live the assault on Arasaka Tower as Johnny, which is a very memorable sequence, but... thanks for the shout out. No worries. You missed, I wasn't able to stealth kill one of the guys, so we did a big shootout in the floor, but mostly just story stuff, which I guess, I don't know, is story important to RPGs? No, I'm mostly just setting material, and then of course I can't help but offer my own commentary on these things. Toys, from Gomp to Artium. Got lots of good stuff. Hand from Zetatech, users biosignature, but we ordered a jailbreak. Militech lock-on sights, wonder where this gonk got it. Arasaka hormone regulator, no biosignature, and some other little curiosities, optics actuator, and cosmetic real skin. And we've read that one before. All right.
Jesus fucking Christ. Think I got her. Got our target.
We make it? She alive?
About to find out.
V, jack into her biomon. Need to know what we're dealing with.
She's in the tub of ice. Crammed in with another. Fuck. Like slabs of meat.
Keep it together, V. If she survives, she won't remember a thing. Tiny scar on the subconscious, that's all.
Or people who live through shit like this get panic attacks. Without ever knowing why. You'd be sipping a glass of ice cold water and suddenly your hand's shaking.
V, jack into her biomon. We need to know what we're dealing with.
Jacking in. Sandra Dorset, NC570442. Traumatine Platinum.
Platinum? Shit. Trauma should have swooped in if she sneezed.
Guessing they jammed the transmitter, Sig. Looking at a hacked biomon, firmware reconfig, or a neurovirus.
Carajo, T-Bug. You ain't seeing this place. This is tubs, ice, hooks, cleavers.
Scott Muncher's hack, huh? Got an idea. Check her neural cord. Find a shard? Yeah, pull it. That'll be what's muting the biomon.
Found the shard. Removing now.
Check the biomon. Anything change?
Greetings, Sandra. If you are conscious, assume recovery position now. An emergency evacuation unit has been dispatched and is due to arrive at your location in 180 seconds.
Biomon claims trauma will be here in 3 minutes.
Your premium plan will cover 90% of the projected costs of your rescue and treatment.
Pobrecita. Let's get her off that ice.
Jack, look sharp. Not done yet. Don't know who's out there.
Locked and ready, hermano. Do your thing.
Oh, fuck.
She's flatlining.
V, need to know what's going on.
Jackie, air hypo. Fuck, this is bad.
Hey, catch, vato!
I think... Holy shit, it worked.
Fuera, cabrón. Get her out.
Trying to be as tasteful as I can, but there are some points where the game just really wants to put the nudie in my face. So you have to be like real mature for your age to watch this stream. Just a heads up.
Landing. Stand clear. Initiating security protocol. Follow all instructions. Stop in the doorway. Place the patient on the ground.
Yeah, I do have some opinions on this last name unavailable, but I'll get the sequence out of the way.
Now.
TT-133 to control. Patient NC570442 secured. Stimulants being administered. 70 milligrams dopamine, 110 norepinephrine, 800 fibrinogen.
So a few people have heard me rant about this a couple of times. Yeah. No, I am inclined to agree. So for some of you, like, I'm sorry I'm going to rant about this again, but Last Name Unavailable is definitely new to the stream. This is also kind of the introduction to the game. So one of the things for me, like, so on one hand, right, I kind of get I'm in the target demographic for this, right? You know, like, I'm a guy, heterosexual, sure. It's always great to see more flesh. But I think this is actually one of the cases where the game really undermines a lot of the interesting themes that it's going with. So if you kind of take a look at a lot of the different advertising, you know, it's hypersexualized, you know, so we've got the burrito triple XL, which is apparently not fully finished rendering, but, you know, all over the place, whether it's Watson Whore, whether it's Zeig and we'll see more and more examples of this. In one sense, this can be a satire on sort of trends in advertising where there are, you know, increasing extremes that are being pushed. Some of you may like Bill Hicks, and you may like, he definitely has a bit on sort of the apotheosis of this kind of this kind of commercial, which I won't repeat. But I always think of that routine when I look at the advertising in Cyberpunk. But I think the other thing that's happening about this is that, again, if we think about the very situation in which we've been set up in this, right? We've got the introduction of the scavs, kind of the worst kind of criminal that you can encounter in this setting. People who have no regard whatsoever for, human life. Essentially, people are reduced down to parts. You've got multiple documents which are talking about society sort of coming to grips with cyberware and what it means. And I think one really interesting thing about this, right, is that the increasingly sexualized advertising is not just kind of this, it's not just communicating something about the effort to try and get a lot of attention in an increasingly crowded and unsubtle marketplace, but you also see this great desire for sort of the flesh, right? And I think it's also kind of interesting because it's not just sexualized advertising, but there's lots of like kind of fat people, like lots of capacious capacious chairs to refer to the Book of Hours reference to Ambrose's favorite chair, right? Like there's just lots of big people. And again, that's kind of why I keep highlighting the flesh. It's not just a sexuality thing, although that's a big part of it. But the ads that aren't sexy still have like lots of flesh in them in another way. And so there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in that in terms of building up the setting and lots of different ideas. And yet I feel to a certain extent that the game sort of undermines at least some of the satirical side of it by the fact that there are two people in that tub. The guy gets boxers. The woman leaves nothing to the imagination. And even when I'm sort of tastefully trying to move the camera up to the, to maybe make a little more eye contact, that the carry, and I should actually stress too, when I knock people out and carry them, you actually sling every other person over the shoulder. I do not believe there is another character that you carry in that way. In this case here, I do sort of feel that there are, I kind of feel like, I mean, again, we all know why it's in there, and I feel kind of bad that this is like probably the third time I've sort of harped on that. And yet I do sort of feel to a certain extent it's the game actually falling into the trap of the more interesting things that it has to say. So... Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear that, Ericaboo33. I definitely would suspect that there's no influence whatsoever of the 80s and 90s on cyberpunk settings.
Get out of here. Elevator gets us to the garage direct.
Good work. Shit show's over. Cutting my wires now. See you in the near future.
Listen, Mano, I got this thing. Mind if I borrow your wheels? I got a date with Misty, but I can't take the metro. How's it gonna look for me?
Won't leave you hanging, Jack. But don't get used to it.
You're saving my ass, V. Thank you.
No, I think Trauma Team, I mean, also in Shadowrun there's kind of an equivalent to Trauma Team. I think that'd be a really interesting type of, they'd be an interesting type of character to play.
Oh, almost forgot. Should get Wakako in the hollow. Tell her the job's done.
Something's not working. Okay, there we go.
V, how did it go? Our client is alive and well.
Of course she's alive and well. That's what we agreed, isn't it?
Splendid. Your payment awaits you, ready to come and grab whenever you like, even right away. But I guess home is the only place you wish to be now. The NCPD has surrounded Watson. The district is closed. If you're to make it past the cordon, you must move fast.
Thanks for the heads up. Swing by to see you later. Word's out the NCPD is gonna put Watson on lockdown. If I'm gonna sleep in my own...
Oops.
Leave it to me, mano. I'm driving.
This is one thing I do kind of wish might have been fixed in 2.0. So if you want to crouch, you press C, but if you want to skip dialogue, you also press C. So I have I've definitely skipped over little bits of dialogue. I apologize for that. Anyways, I'm sure for most of you, you can probably infer that the conversation was about getting home on time. I'm sure we needed a degree in English to, to decipher that one. I'm gonna let this dialogue run, and I'm gonna get a book.
Can't stop digging Night City.
City like any other, just bigger.
Nah, mano. Not just any other city. Morgan Blackhand, Andrew Wayland, Adam Smasher. Legends are born here. Man, I'm starving. Let's grab a tight bite. What do you say?
Jackie, they're locking down Watson, remember?
Oh, shit. You're right. Is it just me, or... Oh, fucking knew it. Man on our ass, tailing us. Hello. I don't like this.
Hey, I forgot there's a fight.
Hijo de puta!
Fucking drive, Jackie!
Come on, feet!
Hands, keep her steady!
Hold tight, V!
Holy fuck!
Mierda, perdón! Got you, asshole! V, aim for the driver! Chingado! Scratched your baby up pretty bad. Sorry, V.
It's okay. It can wait. Let's just focus on getting home.
Before this dialogue sequence, I'm curious. Okay, so Wakako, if you're looking for decent paying gigs in Westbrook, go to the pachinko parlor on Jig Jig Street, run by a fixer named Wakako Okada. Rumors abound, but as of yet, nobody's worked up the nerve to ask her about her past and her very many very dead husbands. She didn't kill any of them, probably, but hey, what's important is that they're gone and she's still going strong, growing richer and more powerful by the day. Every serious player in Night City respects Wakako. Going into a meeting with her is like getting into a cage with a lioness. Sure, the lioness is polite, but you can tell that she's already thinking about her next snack. Maybe that's why Wakako's gigs are carried out almost immediately and flawlessly. Wakako takes this entirely for granted.
Damn. They're pulling out all the stops.
Watson's on lockdown until further notice. Necessary security measure.
Officer, ma'am. Damn, are we ever lucky we ran into you.
Really? What's it that makes me so special?
Heart of gold? Cause only somebody with a heart of gold can understand just how much I need to get back to my girl.
Your girl?
Uh-huh. Gonna be worried sick if I don't show. I mean, I'm trying to be a stand-up guy. She's giving me a chance. Waiting.
That's a shame. Let them through. But they're the last. Okay, on your way.
You have a good evening now, officer, ma'am.
So you can be nice when you feel like it.
When am I not nice?
Always?
I'm always never not nice.
One funny thing about that dialogue is Jackie is always portrayed as quite fun-loving whenever I see him. I've never actually seen the mean side. I guess maybe with the Arasaka agents a little bit, but...
Out of the car! Now! Come on! Ain't got all day!
Ahead. Check it out, V. Shit's going down.
Guys, get there here! Fucking shoot!
Scavs aren't people. They don't count.
Well, show's over. Poor bastards. But they had it coming.
You will pay your respects with 101.9. The Dirge.
So I guess this is kind of like me. I don't usually like fast travels in games anyway, but I actually do kind of like the sequences. I think the big thing for me is that when I am driving in the game, I tend to have to focus on the road, and so I don't get to see...
What about you? Not likely to make it back to Haywood now.
Chill, V. They'll let me through.
Sure about that?
Oh, yeah. I'll play nice Jackie again.
But being able to, like, just being able to look at Night City and not have to worry about crashing into the back of the car that I'm in, you know, driving behind.
Sweet dreams, then.
Tell Misty I said hi.
I will. Ahí luego.
Okay, because last name unknown is... Sorry, unavailable. I don't know why I keep saying last name unknown. Last name unavailable's here. I can't commit that skill point. Sorry, those are the rules. There we go. I don't know what the new... I don't even know why this has become a thing, but it is now my prime directive.
Good evening, Night City. My first guest tonight is the president of the church.
Forgot earlier. A runner I know has something you could probably use. Zip in your deets.
Task T-Bug has given you as an important step on the path to developing your net running skill. Be sure to complete it. Okay.
Our second guest is Karina Lee, host of the Chip In program, which promotes the use of cybernetic implants. How's life treating you, beautiful?
Can't complain, Ziggy. Thanks for having me.
Now, I'd like us to talk about the most exclusive.
Oh, stupid gate's busted again. Third time. Paid to get it fixed the last two. Gotta be some kind of scam. Gonna have a word with this super. Oh yeah.
All right. I should have some reward stuff just for being such a swell guy. Oh, this is new. I actually quite like this new setup. Rarog vest, Wild Hunt jacket, Gwent t-shirt. So I believe these are the Phantom Liberty. So yeah, sorry. For those of you who are coming in a little bit later, I figure it's probably not bad to highlight these things. I have been given a press key. I mean, essentially just like what happened with Cyberpunk 2077, the base game, and as sorry, it was Pyro Phoenix's very kind donation indicated. Apparently, I'm on a list somewhere to subscribe to the channel as part of supporting Phantom Liberty, which I think is very, very nice of them. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't aware that I was on that thing. But I am playing a copy which was given to me from GOG, and they would like me to direct you to their storefront. Again, I'm not under any illusions that I am going to be turning someone who owns this game on another platform, into a purchase on GOG. But that said, I don't think it would be the nicest thing for me to take take this opportunity and not fulfill my part of it, which is to draw your attention to their fine storefront. Anyways, on that note as well, I believe the way that you get this, I think if you go to the Cyberpunk website, there's a My Rewards section. So if I recall correctly, I don't know about the Galaxy t-shirt, but I believe at least the Wolf School ones, you should be able to get through linking your account with My Rewards. And then, again, I'm not 100% sure on this, but I do recall that there were Phantom Liberty specific rewards, and these would be the ones that I'm pretty sure these are the ones. I think what I'm just going to do is grab everything that I can. We'll try and get a good style. I will confess, my preference is definitely for my corporate look. T-shirt and jeans doesn't quite fit here, but. Now, I am kind of intrigued by the fact that there's this green arrow on this, because my understanding of the new system is that the outfits don't give you any special stats anymore. I think they just give you I think it's just about looks. So my preferred look for Corporate V is this, right? It's very important to coordinate your hair color with your suit. Let's see what we can do here. Suppose if I'm going to go for the all right, that'll do. We will equip. So this pistol. Ooh. Okay, so the scorch damage is lower, higher range, better weapon handling. I don't think I care for that. So next question would be, do I go for the submachine gun or do I go for the assault rifle? Guillotine has a bonus on... I think I'll settle for the assault rifle. And then I usually like melee weapon. I believe this is a Phantom Liberty sword. Yeah, so all the rest of that's going in the stash. Maybe we'll hang on to one of the 3449. Okay, so sure, we'll hang on to the fancy sword too. Not crazy about the reduction to crit, so I think I'm going to leave that be. Okay, I think I can live with that. So, game wants me to go to bed, but before we go to bed, I'm going to... Over substance. Body needs some tweaks. Approach the mirror in your apartment safe house and select the change appearance option. Got some favorite threads? Create outfits in your apartment's wardrobe so that you can change the appearance of your equipped clothing whenever you want. If I do get to change my look in the... Alright, I'm going to change my appearance slightly. I do find it mildly distracting to have the colored nails, so I'm going to put those. I'm gonna give those a slightly more natural color. Sorry, I don't know why, but every time I reload my gun, it's oop. Every time I reload my gun, it actually really distracts me. So. And if you want full immersion, you can make funny faces. All right, so the game wants me to go to bed. I know I've been spending some time on rants, and some of you will have heard this. You have the same problem when you paint your nails IRL minus the reloading the gun part. So at least would it be fair to say that the completely anonymous and indeed random husbands, which of course I don't even know why I would be thinking of those, but I think it would be fair to say that the one commonality amongst all of them, and truly this would be the only commonality that I could think of, would be that they did not die from gunshot. All right. So actually, there's two things that I'm going to do. Number one, I'm going to read this the messages on the computer. Mega Medicine Lottery, Wisville 87th of their name. Attention, Mega Medicine Lottery. Buy 2 tickets, get a third for free. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. Thousands of prizes are still available. Drugs, reanimators, primary care appointments, surgery vouchers, blood screens, cyberpsychosis vaccines, Ripper Doc referrals, and our grand prize, a 1-year Trauma Team premium package. Hurry while supplies last. Your neighbors already have their tickets. Buy yours now. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3. I'm Panzer. Hello, mate. I haven't been here for a while. I hope you still remember. I do indeed remember you. How am I these days? Doing all right. I had a little bit of difficulty getting started on the stream today, but we're doing something a little bit different, and I am definitely... The changes that I've seen to the game are fairly minor so far, but they are ones that I'm liking so far. So I do remember you, though. I'm Panzer, and I appreciate you hanging out. Penis nanogel scam alert from unknown to encrypted. Warning, scam alert. Do not click on any emails with ads for penis enlargement nanogel. This is a scam. Ordinary gels cannot stimulate new cell growth. The only tested and proven method for penis enhancements is still the Arisex hormone treatment. Our scientists at Arisex have developed a formula that will dramatically increase the length and girth of your penis in only 7 days. Join the thousands of other satisfied customers and order your kit today. I didn't believe it would work, but I was desperate. I only had a week to get my penis big, and I knew that Mr. Stud wouldn't cut it. Fortunately, Arisex did the trick, and I've still got the nail marks on my back to prove it. Thanks, Arisex. Richard Towers, real customer, verified penis growth. Order now while supplies last. You have the same problem when you look down and see you have gorilla arms? I'm assuming in game. I feel like you don't need to read this one. Oh no, it's very important that we need to immerse ourselves in the we need to immerse ourselves in the world of Cyberpunk. You hate to do so because you need. Thank you very much, Algrins. Alert, you've been attacked. Alert bot. Warning, malware detected. Your computer has been attacked by 3 demons. Our system detected 2 attempts to obtain your personal data, 1 attempt to corrupt your neural processor. Immediate action required. Our quick threat neutralization software can prevent identity theft and implant hijacking. Remember, hostile netrunners can infiltrate your nervous system and force you to commit terrible crimes such as fraudulent bank transfers, assault, theft and/or armed robbery, suicide. Is suicide a crime here? To protect yourself, click the Scan Now button. Our sophisticated anti-demon software will eliminate all threats immediately. If you do not scan in the next 5 minutes and 17 seconds, your operating system may suffer irreversible damage. Protect yourself now. On the AutoFixer net page, you'll find all vehicles currently up for sale. You can access this net page from your computer in your apartment or from other computers throughout Night City marked with a AutoFixer icon. Vehicle's picture may display an icon to indicate that it comes equipped with a built-in weapon. Oh, okay, they've really changed vehicles then. Bullets for a machine gun, rockets for a missile launcher, As your street cred goes, so will the number of vehicles available for you in AutoFixer. I did kind of like the chance to go out to the vehicles because it was, again, another chance for me to explore the world, but you have to wonder how ubiquitous cyberware is at this point. If a Nigerian print scam like that virus one would still work. Listen, the old tactics are the best. Autofixer from El Capitan. What up, valued Schumann customer? Let me guess, still driving that old set of wheels and bored out of your gourd? El Capitan's got you covered. Check out my NetPage Autofixer. Pretty slick name if you ask me, to find your new ride today. Just click, pay, and boom. Night City streets are all yours. You demand, El Capitan supplies. Simple as that. What are you waiting for? Visit Autofixer now and buy. Now, as much as I would love to subject you all to each and every individual item here, although I think Growl FM is actually new. Do I even dare to test the the rights? I have enabled the streamer music thing, but I know that didn't protect some people last time, so I'm gonna stick with messages. But yeah, as fun as it would be to subject you all to the web, I did actually want to share a couple of details here, and some of you who have put up with me on Cyberpunk before, I'm just gonna get a light. So some of you have heard me go on this rant before, and I don't want to spend too much time on it, but I do think that there's a fun little bit of history that's probably not as widely known. And its modern manifestation has a little bit of a weirder, I won't say exactly cult-like side, but it's not as interesting as it was at the time. But I sort of teased it a little bit earlier with the idea of the question, like, why is it in all of these cyberpunk stories do you have sort of Japanese conglomerates buying up the world? And it's essentially just because a lot of these things are a product of sort of the, late 70s and 80s. I think Gibson probably started writing Neuromancer around the late 70s. I mean, again, he's Vancouver based, so you do also have a great sort of migration from Hong Kong to sort of the west coast of North America, but specifically Vancouver as a function of sort of the impending transfer to China. There's some movie franchise some of you may be familiar with called Rush Hour. Apparently that's like a plot point or something. It's the reason why Jackie Chan's in the movie. But no, like they're like, so that's one factor, but it's not just the fact that, you have, or like there's also a suggestion that Philip K. Dick spent some time in Vancouver's downtown east side, and this accounts for sort of the raininess of Blade Runner. But the thing is, like, Blade Runner is not just Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. Blade Runner is Blade Runner. But again, that's a movie from the 1980s as well. And the thing is that this is sort of reflecting a set of sort of concerns and priorities, is increasing globalization, but very specifically, Japan was enjoying quite a bit of success in industry, and particularly at a time where, if you're considering around the late 70s for the United States, you've got these issues of like stagflation, right, where you have high inflation, but there's not necessarily what you would normally associate with that, which is sort of high growth, right? So the idea here is that the inflation would be caused sort of by the demand for goods outpacing the economy's ability to generate them. And in the case of stagflation, it seemed to be that the economy was struggling to be able to create the necessities and conveniences of life, to use the Adam Smith phrase. But there was, I think, probably there had been sort of this default set of policies to just sort of try and pump some money into the economy to stimulate demand. Whereas, of course, the problem here was not so much the demand side as it was more the economy's ability to sort of supply them. So basically, it's all well and good to sort of like say it's like, okay, so you have this period, and like you can see this in movies from the time as well. So like Network has this whole section, like the whole you have meddled with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale. Like that whole speech is talking about that as well. But the more interesting question is, well, why was it that way, right? Because you can sort of see very similar. One of the things that's so interesting in terms of the cyberpunk setting is the similarities of some of these concerns. In fact, there's a really good sort of cyberpunk film called Strange Days, which I believe is on HBO Max now. I know the last time I talked about it, the best I could recommend would be to like go to a local library and hope they have like a DVD or a Blu-ray of it. But in the case of, you have the United States, which very often is kind of associated as this big industrial powerhouse, and its relative stagnation compared to Japan, which of course not that long ago was sort of subjected to these massive bombing campaigns from that country. So what led to this situation in which people have these great fears of, Japan coming up and buying the country? And of course, today's version of that would probably be the Chinese are coming and they're going to buy up everything. And there's actually one person who I think has a pretty strong claim to being... Holy crap. I bought this book used, but it has the author's signature in this. I don't know if the used bookseller just realized what they were giving me. Cool. Okay, anyways. What I'll read here is, this is a book called Out of the Crisis by W. Edwards Deming. And this will be a biography of him. So W. Edwards Deming is the internationally renowned consultant whose work led Japanese industry into new principles of management and revolutionized their quality and productivity. The adoption of Dr. Deming's 14 points for management could help industry in the United States. Dr. Deming has enjoyed a worldwide practice for 40 years. In recognition of his contribution to the economy of Japan, the Union of Japanese Science and Engineering, JUSE, instituted the annual Deming Prize for contributions to quality and dependability of product. The Emperor of Japan awarded him the 1960 Second Order Medal of the Sacred Treasure. Dr. Deming has received numerous other awards, including the Shewart Medal from the American Society of Quality Control in 1956 and the Samuel S. Wilkes Award from the American Statistical Association in 1983. The Metropolitan Section of the American Statistical Association established in 1980 the annual Deming Prize for Improvement in Quality and Productivity. Dr. Deming was elected in 1983 to the National Academy of Engineering. He has been awarded the doctorates LLD or SCD honoris causa by the University of Wyoming, Rivier College, Ohio State University, University of Maryland, Clarkson College of Technology, and the George Washington University. So the thing that you probably want to pay attention to on the top there is the awards in Japan that he was given. So he, I believe, used to work for the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But one of the things that he did was he went to Japan to aid in the reconstruction effort. And what he sort of did, there was this, I think it was called Total Quality Management. I think I'm going to have to rely on Wikipedia for this one. So, I mean, the one thing is that he had a career before that. I mean, I believe he actually studied under Roland Fisher, who's a very significant figure in the history of statistics. But yeah, so from Wikipedia, in 1947, Deming was involved in early planning for the 1951 Japanese census. The Allied powers were occupying Japan, and he was asked by the United States Department of the Army to assist with the census. He was brought over at the behest of General Douglas MacArthur, who grew frustrated at being unable to complete so much as a phone call without the line going dead due to Japan's shattered post-war economy. While in Japan, his expertise in quality control techniques, combined with his involvement in Japanese society, brought him an invitation from the Union of Japanese Scientists and Engineers, JUSE. JUSE members had studied Shewart's techniques, and as part of Japan's reconstruction efforts, they sought an expert to teach statistical control. From June to August 1950, Deming trained hundreds of engineers, managers, and scholars in SPC and concepts of quality. He also introduced at least one session for top management, including top Japanese industrialists, the likes of Akio Morita, the co-founder of Sony Corp. Deming's message to Japan's chief executives was that improving quality would reduce expenses while increasing productivity and market share. Perhaps the best known of these management lectures was delivered at the Mount Hakone Conference Center in August 1950. A number of Japanese manufacturers applied the techniques widely and experienced heretofore unheard of levels of quality and productivity. The improved quality combined with the lowered cost created a new international demand for Japanese products. One thing I should maybe stress as well is that at the time that this was happening, Japan was associated with low quality products. So like if you saw made in Japan, it would basically mean that you got a very affordable item, but you would not necessarily be buying that for its quality. Clearly, this is not what people think of those today, and it is in a very large part due to the stuff that he did as part of these reconstruction efforts. So Deming declined to receive royalties from the transcripts of his 1950s lectures, so the JUSC's board of directors established the Deming Prize December 1950 to repay him for his friendship and kindness. Within Japan, the Deming Prize continues to exert considerable influence on disciplines of quality control and quality management. And then, there's a little bit more about the different, sort of the different the different awards and things like that. So, the book is actually quite fun to read. I first found out about him in a great book on the history of statistics called The Lady Tasting Tea, which I think is actually a very approachable book for this subject. But one thing that's really fun to read about, to read in this book is it's like hearing a very cranky statistician like yell at managers. I think I can probably give... I'll give the first few paragraphs so you can get a flavor of it. So this is the preface to Out of the Crisis by W. Edwards Deming. The aim of this book is a transformation of the style of... It's also worth remembering here, this book is written in the 1980s, I believe. 1982. At least that's the copyright that I have on the inside flap here. The aim of this book is the transformation of the style of American management. Transformation of American style of management is not a job of reconstruction, nor is it revision. It requires a whole new structure from foundation upward. Mutation might be the word, except that mutation implies unordered spontaneity. Transformation must take place with directed effort. The aim of this book is to supply the direction. Need for transformation of governmental relations with industry is also necessary, as will be obvious. Failure of management to plan for the future and to foresee problems has brought about waste of manpower, of materials, of machine time, all of which raise the manufacturer's cost and price that the purchaser must pay. The consumer is not always willing to subsidize this waste. The inevitable result is loss of market. Loss of market begets unemployment. Performance of management should be measured by the potential to stay in business, to protect investment, and to ensure future dividends and jobs through improvement of product and service for the future, not by the quarterly dividend. It is no longer socially acceptable to dump employees on the heap of unemployed. Loss of market and resulting unemployment are not foreordained. They are not inevitable. They are man-made. The basic cause of sickness in American industry and resulting unemployment is failure of top management to manage. He that sells not can buy not, and so on and so forth. So yeah, I mean, like, this is... I know, like, if you start thinking about, oh God, this is a management book from the 1980s, this is going to sound like a love letter to Ronald Reagan and Milton Friedman. This guy absolutely lays it at the feet of management. He's like, you people keep flogging workers, assuming that they're somehow going to do things differently, when in fact you have not created the conditions for their success, is basically what that opening chapter sort of talks about. And yeah, that is in fact so I found a copy of signature, 1988. So I think that's about 4 years before he died. So I'm very happy. I'm just going to get the light again. Now the thing is that obviously we're not in the 1980s. Ultimately, his principles were adopted, and the United States and other developed countries were able to kind of get out of the funk that they were in. And yet, I still think it's worth mentioning, there is actually a very specific set of conditions under which, again, we kind of talk about, the Japanese are coming, and it's a big, like, because Blade Runner was such a beautiful movie, it's still a trope, largely just because it looks so cool. And yet there's actually very specific economic history that created the conditions under which that occurred. And oddly enough, if you happen to be a reader, there is in fact a book by the guy who I think could reasonably be called a major architect of those conditions. At the very least, on the positive side, I don't think Deming would appreciate being blamed for the lack of productivity in the United States. But in this case here, it's one that at least I wasn't aware of in terms of history until I read this interesting little book on the history of statistics called The Lady Tasting Tea. The book, again, from Deming is Out of the Crisis, but should be available at your local library. If not, hopefully you live in a city that has a university, because it'll probably be there. But it's one I like sharing. Again, I don't have a nice little like wrapping up sort of story at the end, because I believe in the end some of Deming's teachings were sort of wrapped up in this Six Sigma thing. I know that became sort of almost this cult-like group in GE, and obviously GE under Jack Welch was kind of considered to be this this great model for people to follow. I'm not entirely sure it would be considered a prototype of Deming's ideas. And of course, Six Sigma on its own, I mean, it's a little ridiculous, right? Like, black belt Six Sigma is kind of a bit of weirdness that people run around with. So in that sense, right, if you go down the Deming rabbit hole, you will eventually start running into ideas that do seem a little, maybe a little dodgy, whereas I think there's actually quite a bit of sense in Out of the Crisis, of the parts that I've read at least. And again, I mean, it is talking more about sort of manufacturing. I don't know. I would probably need to read the whole thing to see whether or not it would be as applicable for, let's say, a service economy. In the case of, that would be a little bit closer to what we have today. But at least as far as a historical artifact is concerned, and I think particularly with the fact that we're enjoying sort of modern cyberpunk that still has trappings of some of the original material, it is actually kind of interesting to see how a very specific set of circumstances, right? World War II, defeat of Japan, American Reconstruction efforts, American industrial stagnation, while some of its brightest and best. Essentially, to a certain extent, the Reconstruction probably allowed some very sensible managers and analysts to be paid attention to in Japan. I suspect that probably is a large part of what happened there. But in the end, in terms of the media that we consume, that actually is still felt today, simply because some of that early cyberpunk was so influential, both in terms of its visuals, but as well as its subject matter. So hopefully that was an interesting enough rant for those of you that are not familiar with Deming and his work.
Oh, V, you get any sleep? No matter. Time you got up.
Think I might have caught something when I jagged into that Corpo's biomon. Dunno, neurovirus or... Need to see Vic. Let him tell me what's got my head reeling, my stomach churning.
Okay, let me take you. I brought you a ride. Throw on some threads, meet me downstairs.
I am wearing threads, right?
Hey, V. Regina Jones here. If you're looking for work in Watson, give me a call.
How'd you find me? How'd you even know my name?
I know where to gather my intel. Could even call me a collector. Later, V.
Fucking gone, piece of shit.
NCPD! Open up! We got a call! We're here to help!
Piece of shit! Come on!
Oh, no. You know what the worst thing is about this place?
So actually, this is a case where the performance is improved. It used to be that we'd chug a little bit in this section here.
How about a round or two? What do you
We'll see if I can get the melee down.
How you like my new punching bag? Just gave me a next-gen ass whooping, he did. Be curious to see how he handles the likes of V. So how about it?
Let's do this.
Light on your feet. Keep that head moving.
Your fists can be dangerous weapons. In fistfights, you can use them to both strike your enemies and block their attacks. I'm noticing I'm not taking damage off of this. I wonder if they've changed that.
Hell of a punch there, champ. Ever thought of monetizing it? I can arrange a fight or two.
You mentioned something about fighting.
I've seen you landing blows in the ring. You've got sharp instinct, good edge. You can go far, especially if you get chipped. These fights, let's just say they aren't legal, but very lucrative.
Yeah, lucrative for who? You or me?
Both of us. I get a small percentage of the total winnings, you know, as your agent. You get the rest.
Sounds fair.
It's like I said. Good instinct. Fights happen in different parts of the city. You choose where you want to go, put down your eddies, and start swinging. You win, you take home the pot. Manage to drop every last one of them, you get a chance to fight in the grand finale. That all clear?
Crystal.
Good. Oh, except you won't be setting foot outside old Watson. Not yet. You can start in Kabuki. I believe in you, V. Time to show this city what you're made of.
Alright, a couple words about who you're going up against. Kabuki, won't spoil this, just come and see. Arroyo, Buck, 6th Street Ganger, real POS. Glenn, Cesar, fists like fucking hammers. Animals Club, Rhino, woman's a legend, lays everyone flat.
Arguing with you. Wait for it steady. Burst after every shot now.
Let's have a look.
This is the... Okay, it's still lower than my existing... It's faster. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Unity's probably still better. Although better armor penetration, that might be reason enough to pick it up. You just acquired an iconic weapon. Iconic weapons possess unique abilities, however they cannot be improved with weapon mods. With the appropriate components, iconic weapons can be upgraded to a higher tier, which significantly improves their power. You can do this from the Upgrades tab in the crafting menu. Iconic weapons can be found all over Night City. You might receive one from a friend or loot one off an enemy. It's also possible to find some simply lying on the ground or available for purchase at vendors. Some you might even craft yourself.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, against my better judgment, I will equip this thing.
Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force. It's us, Cracks!
Hello, it's time for your local news. The Aratama Matsuri Festival is nearly upon us. To mark the event, the streets of Night City will come alive with exquisite multi-story dashi floats. The festival program will also include musical performances by biwa virtuosos and theatrical performances in the No tradition. The sponsor for the festival is the Arasaka Corporation, and in an exciting development, even Hanako Arasaka has announced her participation in the dashi parade. From all of us at WNS News, we wish you a safe and fun Matsuri.
So,
enjoy yourself.
We didn't talk about yesterday.
NCPD scanner hustles. The NCPD will pay you to help fight crime. Gigs fixers will contact you when you approach a gig's location, and fixers, these intermediaries, will inform you about local gigs available. Now, sadly, they fixed the bug that caused Jackie to have like 1,000,001 different pieces of food hovering around his head.
Took you long enough. cooked up an appetite just waiting. Sit down, let me finish this. Then we can drop in on Senor Vector.
Mentioned something about a surprise yesterday. Am I remembering right, or just had a brain fart?
Probably both, because you usually forget shit. But it just so happens, I think I might have bagged us a sweet-ass J.O.B.
Go on.
I mean, maybe it's not as big as that, but just that it's fronted by a little-known someone named Dexter Deshawn. Only the top fixer in Night fucking City. Fat-ass black Jesus of the afterlife. 300 pounds of partly gold-plated cool.
How'd you manage to pull this? Trade in your spleen or something? As far as I know, we're not the type to get fingered by Dex.
You, me? Oh, but T-Bug, she's the one that hooked us up. Got us talking. Knew it was a done deal the moment he laid eyes on me. 'Cause come on, ain't nobody who can resist this. Am I right?
Sure, Jack. Whatever you say. Dexter Deshawn? What's the latest spec on him? I know you got info to spill.
He's been off the grid for about 2 years. Word on the street was he took a little vacay.
2 years? That's exile, not a vacation. What was he up to?
Guessing he shoved pizzas in his mouth while jerking off to hardcore virtues. Important thing is he's back. There's a fresh crew, and he found us.
So what's the gig? We meant to come out in one piece?
Our Lord and Savior wants to tell you everything himself, face to face. Oh, no pressure, but his whole deal, he's riding on you now, I see.
Why do I gotta go? You and T-Bug draw straws without me?
T-Bug and Dex go way back, and my face is yesterday's news. Oh, Dex says he needs to check you, talk to you. Look, V, it's his job, his rules. I can't blame him for taking a personal approach. And it ain't as bad as you think, okay? Trust me.
Guess I got no choice then.
Dex is a real deal when it comes to fixers. Don't get me wrong. Don't got nothing against the Padre or Wakako, but Dex is in a league of his own. You know what I'm saying?
Don't get me started on fixers. They catch a client, find the cheapest gong to do the job, then drop their corpse at a landfill.
Shit. Hit the nail on the head, V. Gracias a Dios. Estoy lleno. Brought your wheels. Gave them to my guy yesterday to smooth over the dents after our, dust-up with the scabs.
Thanks, Jack. Much appreciated.
Some top-notch work Miguel did. Rides like it looks. Factory new.
We'll see about that.
So we rolling or what?
Let's feel this factory new ride.
So I think what I'll try and do is I'll cover the Deshawn meeting, and then if I can, I'd like to do the Maelstrom mission, but we'll see. We'll kind of see what it.
Stop. Ripper Duck. And Holmes. Easy on the gas, huh? I just ate.
Oops.
I was supposed to stop by Vic's anyhow. I got a date. Me and Misty.
You don't say.
She's so sweet. Really gets me, you know?
This is a lot less crowded than I remember it.
Yeah, this is it. Come on, V. Find me once Vic's done dusting your circuits. We'll hash out what Dex has cooked up for us.
So as soon as I see a message like that, it makes me think that I should be checking out a container of some kind.
For your eyes do not belong to you, or rather,
What are you
not only
checking them out?
to you.
I used to work here, that's all.
Hey, V. Dr. Vector will see you now.
I'll sit tight over here. Me and Misty got a little catching up to do.
I'm gonna read the text first.
'Cause I am. Oh,
The world as will and idea. But besides all this, death is the great opportunity no longer to be I, to him who uses it. During life, the will of man is without freedom. His action takes place with necessity upon the basis of his unalterable character in the chain of motives. But everyone remembers much that he has done, and on account of which he is by no means satisfied with himself. If now he were to go on living, he would go on acting the same way, on account of the unalterable nature of his character. Accordingly, he must cease to be what he is in order to be able to arise out of the germ of his nature as a new and different being. Therefore, death looses these bonds. The will again becomes free, for freedom lies in the essay, not in the operati. Dr. Schopenhauer, this may gain some relevance as we progress through the game. And horoscopes, the Storyteller Group. Clients from Group Storyteller. Client number 1, 2077 MB Scorpio. You did it again. You rolled up your sleeves and cleaned the Uggian stables. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'm pretty sure this is Hercules that it's referring to. Everyone admires you, but you know that your only reward will be the next task you're given. There are not many like you in Night City, but without you, the city would have long turned into shadows and dust. Avoid flirty AIs that try to impress you with their knowledge of ancient Greek. Your lucky place, the net. Client number 2, 2077, DK Capricorn. You're born corpo. You plot, you plan, you calculate, and weave webs so tangled you sometimes lose yourself in them. If only you were the one calling the shots, you would already have the city at your feet. Unfortunately, you are caught up in a maze of responsibilities. But whatever you're plotting, make sure you see it through to the end. Avoid last-minute changes to plans. Your lucky place, Arasaka Tower. Client number 3, 2077, DB Gemini. You know the city like the back of your hand. At night, you head out to just listen to the pulse of the streets, the juicy chatter, muffled screams, and drunken shouts, just to soak up the atmosphere. You've been everywhere, you've tried everything. You're a free spirit in a night city that makes you a unicorn. Avoid overworking. Your lucky place, newsroom. Client number 4, 2077, JS Taurus. You've done your time waiting in the shadows of others, but your patience finally paid off. The applause and flash photography are all yours. The world of media has opened its doors to you. Television, radio, brain dance, net. And this is just the beginning. Avoid the waves crashing at your feet. Your lucky place, the TV studio. Client number 5, 2077, MZ Aries. When everyone was down and out, you came storming back in style. The city loves people like you. It's how legends are born. Your triumph is bittersweet. You returned, but you've wound up on the street among the joy toys, con artists, and panhandlers. You know you've got biz here to take care of, but it can get tough when it feels like there is no end in sight. Avoid sketchy Ripper docks. Your lucky place, Jig Jig Street. Client number 6, 2077, TM Leo. This city likes to devour players like you, but you know their kind too well to get caught off guard. You're on the ground. You know that in Night City, biz only gets done when you put your blood, sweat, and tears into it. Not just flimsy dreams. You eat dreamers for breakfast. Avoid genetically modified nuts. Your lucky place, Haywood. Client number 7, 2077 RWO Aries. You've been in demand. You barely finish one task before someone's lined up to give you another. It often seems that you're on your own, but always remember you have a team you can count on. Avoid emotional policemen with difficult pasts. Your lucky place, a bar inspired by Babylonian culture. Client number 8, 2077 PC Capricorn. Although you've been riding with nomads for years, you're a corpo at heart. You knew that from the moment you stepped onto Konpeki Plaza, you felt at home there. You've got enough of camp life, constantly repairing generators, the sand gritting between your teeth. You'd have given up ages ago if you weren't so damn good at it. Avoid Raff and Shiv, your lucky place, Konpeki Plaza. Note, highly susceptible to the Barnum effect. Client number 9, 2077 KK Virgo. You've been in the city for only a short time, but you already know the what and the how. You've already accomplished the toughest part. You have a good team at your back. You've just been landing small jobs for now, but you know that you're hungry for something bigger. Avoid getting attached to friendly talking machines. Your lucky place, the music scene. Ripperdoc. Though a common practice, cyberware installation is still a dangerous and invasive procedure which can only be performed by qualified specialists, Ripperdocs. There are several Ripperdocs operating throughout Night City who offer a variety of different cyberware upgrades. Select your desired cybernetic upgrade from the list and enjoy your new abilities.
Vicky, spry as ever, you old Ripper. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too, V. It's been a while. To what do I owe the pleasure today?
Last gig. Had to jack into a client's neuro socket. Think I might have gotten spiked.
Experiencing migraines, nausea, hypersensitivity to bright lights?
Whole kit and caboodle.
All right, kid. We'll sort you out in a flash. Besides that, how are things?
Met a new fixer. He gave me a job. Name's Dexter Deshawn.
Known quantity from the afterlife. No denying you're moving up.
But, something you're not telling me, Vic?
Keep your guard up, that's all. I've heard some things about Dex. He's not as chill as he makes himself out to be.
I have, Dendrian. It's a tough call because I was given a key for sort of the promotional purposes, so I kind of want to show off the Phantom Liberty stuff as soon as possible, but I also...
keep me waiting all day?
I also know the recommendation was to sort of start from the beginning because 2.0 changes a
Need
lot.
some new kit, but tools, not toys, Vic. Time I bumped up my sights and got a grip.
Really? Now? Finally?
Vic, shit's getting real. Got a job from Dex Deshawn, hitting the major leagues. Neat tech that can perform.
The Dexter Deshawn? Well, that is something. But let me guess. Hasn't paid you yet.
Quit crying, Vic. I'll bring you the eddies later, with interest. You know I will.
Last time. You hear? Chair, please. Sit down and relax. Kuroshi Optics. Best I've got, and should be about right under the circumstances. Now jack in.
Kuroshi? Whoa. Vic, nothing tops that on the market.
Sounds like it could come in handy then.
I gave you my word I'd pay you back, but this might be too rich for my blood.
We'll work something out. Right now, I'm just out to make sure you get back in one piece. Eddie's in hand. You peruse and choose while I scan. See what's going on inside.
So as far as I can tell, the cyberware system was reworked as well. So we've got cyberware capacity. Cyberware capacity indicates the amount of cyberware your body can handle. This limit increases as you level up, acquire certain perks, and use cyberware capacity shards. Interesting. Spatial Kuroshi Optics, minus 20% camera detection speed, 4 times optical zoom when scanning, plus 2 health. Okay, looted cyberware. Cyberware you acquire in the world can be installed or sold at any Ripperdoc clinic. Okay, just an armor rating. And ballistic coprocessor, increased ricochet chance with power weapons, directly links the user's optical implants to the weapon system, offering real-time weapon info. 1.4% reload speed. Also, for those of you not familiar with him, Dendrian is also a broadcaster. Now, I don't think we will see him streaming Cyberpunk anytime soon, although who knows? But I found him originally through Against the Storm, which is a wonderful roguelike city builder. But on top of that, he's actually been playing a game I have a tremendous fondness for, Dicey Dungeons, but I was actually particularly glad to see him running into the same bug that I do, which is every single time you spin the Wheel of Fate, it gives you like that 1 in 100 chance. I'm thinking the RNG might be bugged on that one. But otherwise, it's a pretty good game. So, subdomal armor, simple but effective. Why not? We've got the space for it.
Mark 1, like I said. Decent enough scanner. Displays data on your cornea. Cherry on the top's a built-in external lens disruptor. In layman's terms, any surveillance cam will capture your face as a blur. And just remember, your body will still show up as crystal clear. This should do the trick. Talks to Kuroshi Tech, too.
I'm ready. Carve away.
Excellent. Let's do this. Lay that major league arm of yours right here. Just like that. Thanks. Now, a bit of anesthetic and I can start cutting.
Oh god, that was a staple gun. I'm so sorry.
Feel anything?
Play by play, though? Really, Doc? Makes you sound like a dentist. Always going on and on.
Don't be mean now. Remember, I'm old. I got a shaky Gannic hand. Could slip. Lights out for a minute, all right?
Actually, if I recall correctly, Dendrian, I think one of your viewers thought I was serious when I said that that was a bug.
Okay, let's test this. See the magic in action. Linking you in. You might feel a little discomfort at first. Blurred vision, low contrast, glitches. Well, how's it look? Feel all right to you?
Oh, this is fantastic, Vic.
Oh, beautiful.
Scanning people with your optical cyberware can provide you with a lot of useful information, such as how strong an enemy they might be, who is in their crew, or what type of weapon they use. As a skilled netrunner, you can see a list of quick hacks which you can use against your enemies. I always thought this was a little weird to put. I don't know if this exact message was in there, but I always thought it was a little weird to have this at this point because we've already used it in the kind of that tutorial mission. West Ripper, Doc, and Watson, Night City veteran, old friend to Jackie Wells.
First time's rarely the charm, with anything, really. Scanner should eventually sync with your thought processes and read your intentions. I also inject an NCPD file search. Run into any ne'er-do-wells? You know exactly what they ne'er did well.
Database of wanted persons. A database of individuals with bounties assigned to them is now available to use. You can identify these wanted persons with your scanner. Since all are wanted dead or alive, the methods you use to claim your reward are entirely up to you.
It ought to work like a charm. Now draw your weapon. You should see your ammo count in a brand new sight.
How about the neurovirus from the last job? Can you check it?
Done and gone while we were putting in your implant. And a full sweep on your soft and circuits. Zap the critter. You're certified bug-free.
Shit, Victor, not bad. I don't know what to say.
Say you'll take this and remember the dosage. 2 whiffs now, and another 2 in an hour.
What am I looking at?
A mild stim. Should boost neurotransmission in the short term and muffle some of the side effects while the implant takes.
Thanks again, Vic. You're the best. I owe you.
Go on, kid. Show them what you're made of. And once you hit the big leagues, don't forget where you came from.
Thanks for the free stuff, Vic. I'm going to loot your place. I fully expect chat to keep scrupulous tabs on 1 hour from now to see whether or not I actually commit to the dosage. Late from Misty to Victor. Running late, sorry. Hugs. You're fucked. Blaze to Victor. We won't forget you're a dead man walking. So this was the message that we saw in the scav. I actually never noticed that it was Victor when I first read that. And Biotechnica, work with us, Abigail Eden, to Victor. Dear Victor, my name is Abigail Eden, and I'm a headhunter for Biotechnica. I was wondering if maybe you'd consider joining the world's most socially conscious, environmentally friendly corporate family. We offer full access to our state-of-the-art technology, security, you won't have to relocate from Watson, and an attractive career path. Let me know it's worth it. Okay, apparently I don't get to rob this place blind anymore. What's taking so long? Move your ass, SA. Dex is waiting on us. Oh, Dendrian, have you noticed this new feature in 2.0? I believe that may be a Canadian Sphinx. Yes, the Sphinx cat is in fact Canadian.
I can release it for you, but you'd have to watch out for negative energy fields and avoid mean reds.
V, yo, listen up. I talked to Dex while you were in with the doc. He's waiting in his ride. For you. Ain't but a hop to where he's parked. Next to Gramsci Burgers.
Okay, do my best to talk us up.
Do you truly listen, I've got this delicate matter. That's why I called you. The number of cyber psycho attacks in the city is on the rise. Now that's probably not news to you, but this issue matters to me for a few reasons. There are people who say cyber psychosis can be treated.
Right.
And I know exactly how that sounds, but I believe even an unproven therapy is still better than a bullet to the brain. If I get a tip about a possible attack, I'll give you a call. Maybe you can investigate before MaxTac hits the scene. But remember, you're not there to execute anybody. Try to incapacitate the attacker, and I'll send someone to pick him up. I hope that's all clear.
Incapacitating enemies. There are various ways to incapacitate enemies without killing them. Non-lethal takedowns, non-lethal quick hacks, non-lethal weapons, EMP grenades, and some combat gadgets. Weapon mods that change damage to non-lethal. If a given weapon, common gadget, or quick hack deals non-lethal damage, it will be mentioned in the description. Who are we dealing with here? Tiger claws. Performing certain actions will reward you with street cred. Build your street cred and make a name for yourself in the Night City underworld. Doing so will open up new opportunities. What the? Okay, didn't mean to do that, but... Ricochet weapons. Power weapons allow you to control the direction of bullet ricochets if you have the Draw the Line perk and the Ballistic Coprocessor cyberware installed. I'm hoping I got some bounty money for that. I gotta pay Victor back. Okay. Not setting me on fire as far as the damage goes. Although apparently I can change the sights. And let's get some lore. So, Dexter DeShawn. Dex never shot hoops, jumped roofs, or pulled a trigger. Likewise, he never felt the need to plant his fat ass in a netrunner's chair or splice cables in a sooty garage. Wait, never pulled a trigger? Yep, that's right. Dex never popped lead in his entire life. People, that's what Dex was good at. Dex is one of the biggest fixers in Night City. He's a pretty big deal, both literally and figuratively. Word on the street is that there were complications from his last job, but that's just the nature of the biz, ain't it? Besides, when someone like Dexter Deshawn has a gig for you, you don't ask questions. You just shake on it. Regina Jones, a fixer with Chinese heritage operating out of Watson. She used to work as an independent reporter for FTF Radio, but after this station was acquired by the media conglomerate News 54, Regina decided it was time to find a better medium to spread her message. She mobilized all her contacts, from the highest-ranking corpos to the lowliest dealers, gangers, mercs, bums, and junkies. From their point of view, Regina hasn't changed a bit. She's always been a fighter, a girl from the streets. The only difference is that she bought gossip and sold news, and now she spins both. Cyberpsychosis. As the trauma team medical docs define it, cyberpsychosis is a collective term for all psychotic and anxiety-related personality disorders caused by hardware implanted in the body and any and all behavioral mods, including software. We all know someone whose neighbor took the chrome a little too far and then left home one day with a gun and opened fire in a crowd. Or maybe said neighbor didn't want to cough up the cred for a good ripper, so they started suffering from nightmares and hearing voices once the hormone blockers were in, and then lost it. Some call cyberpsychosis a disease wrought by social inequality. Others say that it's the price to be paid for an unhealthy love of technology. Still others think it's complete bullshit. That is, until their neighbor starts shooting up the hood and their fingers dialing max tac. Victor Vector. If you want decent chrome, you go to Vic's. While other places might look like spaceship interiors crossed with Zen rooms, his Ripper Clinics is no nonsense and doesn't bombard customers with corporate logos. If you're nice, he might even give you a beer with your anesthesia before he starts cutting. Victor Vector is actually one of the living legends of Night City, a fact that he's been trying to get people to forget for years. He's a man of principle, an old-school tough guy from the streets for whom honor and morals were forged in the Night City Devils boxing club. I've always preferred, I'm not crazy, you're crazy. I just haven't found the right game to deliver that yet. Kabuki. Once upon a time, Kabuki touted an impressive cluster of corporate medical office buildings located right next to the famous Med Center. Kabuki prided itself for a reputation on being a tidy, elegant district. That is, until Arasaka swallowed up every last competitor. Ever since then, Kabuki, not counting Pacifica, is known as the poorest district of Night City, but Kabuki is far from empty. An influx of Chinese immigrants have turned Kabuki's winding streets into a lively bazaar where one can find almost anything for a fraction of the market rate. At night, the Chinese lanterns and flickering neons light up the stalls of Night City's biggest black market for implants, organs, drugs, stolen prototypes, steroids, viruses, and malware, XPDs. You name it, Kabuki will have it. The district is heavily crowded, save for its northern stretches where abandoned warehouses and disused factories have become occupied by gangers and outcasts of all stripes and colors. Kabuki is largely controlled by the Tiger Claws. Occasionally, you might also spot Maelstrom. Some local gangs thrive, such as the Mox, who run the most popular braindance club in the city, Lizzie's Bar. And I don't think we've read Netrunners yet. In 2077, the use of computer technology has become truly universal. Some use a PDA, others personal computers, still others a neural processor. Regular Janes and Joes know how to use these systems to access information, communicate, even fight, but there are others who can use the same tech to work wonders, Netrunners. A Netrunner knows the ins and outs of computer systems, the programming languages, how to write a mod or killer virus. Deck in hand, they're just as dangerous as a corporate soldier armed to the teeth. Many Netrunners are free agents working only for themselves, but a few have signaled their own pacts with the megacorps to work to keep corporate data fortresses solid and impenetrable. Today, each and every corporation has a veritable army of Netrunners on its payroll. Netrunners were once considered the rulers of cyberspace, using their skulljacks to roam a vast global network. They also needed special suits to cool their bodies, although a tub full of ice would do for annyless punks. But this era ended with the cataclysm wrought by the greatest runner of all, Raish Bartmoss. Cyberspace became a land of demons cut off by the nearly impenetrable Black Wall. Something we will encounter later. So what I've been trying to do is just keep on top of the different quests, and I think that's going to be the way that I read the database entries, because otherwise just reading every single database entry will take forever, and I don't think we will be any more educated for it. So like I said, this one sometimes causes the stream to chug, so I'm a little interested in seeing how this turns out.
Yo, Mr. V, a pleasure.
Dexter Deshawn in the flesh. Ample indeed.
Let's roll. Mind if I ask you something right off the bangle? Would you rather live in peace as Mr. Nobody, die ripe, old, and smelling slightly of urine, or go down for all times in a blaze of glory, smelling near like posies, without seeing your 30th?
This some sort of test?
Just a pet topic of mine.
You mean... riddles?
No, Mr. V. Ontology. Alright,
This is interesting.
Listen close. Scanning a serious job now. Playing gargantuan compared to smashing up a scav home.
Hang on. I gotta question my own now. Why all this, Dex? Why me? Could've had Jackie or T-Bug sitting here. Could've just done this on comms.
Call me old-fashioned, but I like to look anyone I do biz with in the eye. Had the pleasure of meeting the Jackster in the past, and Sweet T-Bug helped this brother out 2 years ago. So here we are. Besides all that, got a special little pre-mission just for you. But we'll get to that.
Let me hear it. What's the job?
There's this prototype tech. A biochip to be precise. Job's to grab it. Simple.
Yeah? Guessing it belongs to a corp.
Mm-hmm. Arasaka. Surely that's no problem.
Corps don't deserve special treatment.
Shit, you ain't playing around. Got a feeling this could be a start of a beautiful friendship built on heaps of eddies.
You work this out? Got a plan?
Two things. First,
I'm slightly curious, just looking at the... We've got the DLSS here, but I wonder if that disabled... No, we've got the ray tracing.
conundrum with the Maelstrom.
I wasn't 100%
Needs
based on
active
his arm.
solving.
It's a little different from
Second to
what I've seen
rendezvous.
before.
Simple. Client who brought us the job's anxious. She wants to parlay with one of the team.
Client. What's her thing? Why she need to meet?
Woman's name's Evelyn Parker. Vetting her wasn't easy. Put the word out I was looking for any kind of intel.
Right, and?
Some brothers from Pacifica got back to me. Told me to stop looking. End of convo. Anyway, our little client insisted on meeting someone with skin in the game. You know, who'll be there for it all. Yours truly will be remote. T-Bug ain't no people person, and Jaggy's only good at some things. I know you know what I mean. Pretty much leaves you.
What's the issue needs resolving with Maelstrom? Got a beef?
Slotting the shard. Got a classic tale for you. Psycho gang doing its thing 2 weeks back. Jumped a Militech convoy. Got away with the gear. Corp don't even know Maelstrom's involved. Now see, convoy was carrying the Flathead, a little combat bot, a prototype. And I need me that bit of high-grade military tech. Because if we don't get that bot, we don't get no soccer chip. And we sure as hell don't get no happily ever after. But don't get excited. It's a single-use toy. Now, I flat out purchased the damn thing from Maelstrom. Problem is, I did so from a gent went by the name of Brick. I say when, because Brick was the leader. 3 days after we'd sealed our deal, his friend and gangmate, one Simon Randall, a.k.a. Royce, plain dropped his ass. Royce is in charge now, and I got no way of knowing if he aims to honor his predecessor's word. To add to this shitstorm, one Meredith Stout of Militech has developed an interest in said convoy.
Corpo agent. What's she playing at?
Hell if I know. Been skidding around town asking after the convoy as if her life depended on finding it. The one lead she's got zip-tied in her trunk.
Sounds like she was waiting on the transport. Got stood up. Monochrome in the back's probably her chief suspect. Got nothing from him or on him, so she's keeping him just in case. She needs to find the stolen gear before her bosses learn she fucked up.
Well, Mr. V, that is some impressive deduction. Naturally, use that intel as you please. Preferably well. Of course, to do so, you'll need that frazzled cat's info. Sending it now.
I think I got everything. Time I got to work.
Well, that's just music to my ears. I'll set up the meet with Miss Parker at Lizzie's bar. Flathead, though's gonna be all you. One more thing, Mr. V. Quiet life or blaze of glory?
So, I don't necessarily want to try and I don't necessarily want to try and force the Book of Hours comparisons in that, but one thing I do find kind of interesting is depending on when you find certain books in Cyberpunk, a little bit like Book of Hours.
Oop. Talk to Dex.
Yeah, Gordito's a big deal. Literally a nug.
Guy certainly knows how to protect his biz. Wants to put us on a few small kinks. Prep work, I guess. Before lining us up a big job. There's this combat bot, military prototype. Maelstrom clept it. Then Dex paid to take it off their hands just before the Gangoons had a switch up in management.
Right, heard about that. Royce versus Brick. Hostile takeover.
That sums it up. Dex wants us talking to Royce. Gave the deets of some Militech agent too, but I don't know how much help she stands to be. You don't sound thrilled. Royce, what do you know about him?
He's fucking whack, something special. Junkies snort junk. Royce snorts chrome.
Then there's the other thing. Gotta meet the client who put the job on the table. Evelyn Parker.
You? Well, what's Dex gonna do? Ride around in his limo, chat chicks up on the hollow?
Parker wants to meet someone on the crew. Dex gave me the nod.
He must know what he's doing. So, how you want to play this? Maelstrom or Parker? What's first?
I say we knock on Maelstrom's door first. Pound, actually.
Orale. In that case, I'll hit the all foods. Put my nose to the ground. Stick around. Hasta luego.
So we'll call Meredith Stout, but I'd like to check out a couple things first. Okay, so Maelstrom, a gang that controls the districts of Watson and the Northside Industrial District, NID. You can easily recognize them by their intimidating faceplates and hostile optic implants, which not only indicates their gang affiliation, but also their fetishization of cyberware and cyber modification. Looking at Maelstrom, you might think, now those are some hella-belled pioneers of transhumanism. If they were only testing the limits of the human body on themselves, then you'd be right. Sadly, they also like to conduct experiments on those unfortunate enough to cross their path. Maelstrom is known for their exceptionally brutal and public gang executions. Combine that with illegal brain dance production and manic fighting style, and you've got yourself a gang with a reputation as a band of lunatics on the verge of cyberpsychosis. The truth is, there's nothing crazy about how Maelstrom operates. At the end of the day, it's all about biz. And the more rumors there are about them, the better. Northside Industrial District. The Northside Industrial District was once an important area of Watson with factories employing thousands of night citizens. Today it feels neglected and devoid of life. Most of the factories shut down, parts of buildings were damaged by earthquakes, and property developments left unfinished. The center of the NID is divided by a row of towering apartment buildings, purposefully constructed to shield the wealthy from a pretty depressing view. They're occupied by mid-ranking workers that are still employed by the last remaining industries operating in the NID. With few prospects to cling to, these workers' only hope is that their employers don't close down, because outside of the NID, there is no future for them. As the local saying goes, once you're in Northside, there is no out. Of course, many also interpret this as meaning there's a high chance you'll catch a stray bullet from one of the area's ubiquitous maelstormers. All Foods Factory. This factory of the popular NUS food and beverage giant specialized in producing protein slurries that were marketed as meat or near meat. This Night City branch, however, was shut down unexpectedly and quickly became overrun by members of the Maelstrom gang. It has since served as the gang's main hideout in the industrial Watson district. Okay. I'll read the Lizzie's Bar stuff after we do the work. Here we go. So I want to track this one. Hey V, just occurred to me, you can't start your career in the major leagues by by sporting some rag of a t-shirt. The wind blows a lot stronger up there on the top of the world. Old timers like me hate to watch you kids catch cold. Left you a couple things in your stash at your apartment. Give them an honest try, and I bet they'll fit just right. Oh, thanks, Vix. Won't hear me say no to 3 free threads. Glad to hear it. They were just collecting dust on my closet floor anyway. Much rather give them a new home than sell them for a couple of pennies or trash them. Mr. V, how about a little something to get those taste buds tingling? The biochip in question is in fact the so-called Relic, a Nova-tier piece of tech catering to the top 1%. Supposedly the best life insurance money can buy. You and I are going to be neck-deep in eddies. Spurrier CCG, thank you very much for the raid. How are you doing? Thank you very much for bringing your people over here. And welcome everybody from Spurious. What were you playing tonight? Joe Teal's Down Home Okie Hooch. Too good to waste. Mr. V, I want to remind you again that eddies have already changed hands between me and my esteemed Maelstrom partners in bins, a round sum of 10,000 eddies to be precise. So when you're there, take it off their hands. Don't let them try to shake you down, as they're liable to do, Maelstrom being Maelstrom. Thanks for the instrument. Oh, you finished Starfield? Have you just been mainlining that on your stream, or did you play some of it off broadcast as well? This is like the Starfield of CRPGs. Gentlemen?
How's this work? Any punk off the street can waltz in here, grab some shady running soft?
No, not just any punk. Over the counter, we fix cyberdecks. But if you come recommended and you know what you are looking for, I'm sure you will find it.
T-Bug sent me. Said you'd have something for me.
You're V, right? She had me hold the demon for you. It should work on any 3rd-gen deck.
Got a Militech power line. Think it'll do.
Solid gear. For a beginner.
Okay. Glad to grab a demon always.
You could test it now. I have an access point. If you'd like, that is. You might extract some shimsoft or subroutines. Seems worth a try, either way.
Okay, this is the quest item. I'm not going to bother with the rest, although I can probably sell off some of the surplus here. So, I mean, I suppose I can scrap this stuff or I can sell it. I think I'll sell until I pay back Victor. Am I not wearing my jacket? It's a no soul run. Indeed. I was going to make the comparison for... Get that on. But yeah, so the one thing that I kind of wanted to talk about with the Deshaun line was it's a little bit like Book of Hours, where sometimes the text that you run into will sometimes mean a little bit more depending on where you are in the game. So for instance, the Schopenhauer stuff in there, I mean, to a certain extent, it makes sense that it's located in Misty's location. So Schopenhauer does seem to have been influenced by Eastern philosophy, and it's, you know, in this case, you can definitely get sort of that vibe from Misty. But in the case of like once you get past the initial mission and once you sort of see what's happening between you and Johnny Silverhand, that line, that passage from the world of will and idea. Also, you may, as some of you, if you went to university, might have heard of it as world of as will and representation. I think some translations have it. But that line that passage gains a lot more relevance. And likewise, with your conversation with Dexter Deshawn, depending on how close you're paying attention, you can run around this game and you'll have like sections from the Iliad. And it's like, why the hell are they talking about Achilles here? Well, again, Blaze of Glory or Old and Grey or whatever the division he makes. Again, this is relevant stuff. It actually, to me, it's really well thought out. I enjoy those bits quite a bit. Some of them I can maybe parse a little bit easier than some of the others, but it is one where I don't know. I generally like to try and credit people. Like my hope is, and I think the reason why game developers put this stuff in is that audiences do pick up on it, whether it's an explicit reference or these things just sort of hang together in a particular way that resonates with them. And like obviously if you've read the material, you'll be able to specifically connect it to individual thinkers or individual passages and contexts. So when they make a reference to cleaning the stables and beware of AI that tries to impress you with its knowledge of ancient Greek. Well, if you happen to know that that was one of the labors of Hercules, this is sort of an in-joke inside of it. And again, like, I'm always a little self-conscious when I point this stuff out because I don't want it to be like, meh, 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 this game is for smart people. Like, obviously, if you get it, it makes the game a little bit more enjoyable. And if you don't get it, it's not like you need to sit down and familiarize yourself with Greek mythology, because I'm sure that there are quite a few references in this game that I don't pick up on, and it is still perfectly enjoyable, despite that. But, my hope is, at least for my own part, like I do try to highlight at least the parts that I pick up for myself, because in the end, I do actually appreciate those attention to detail. The attention to detail to me is more than just, modeling every single orange on the fruit cart. But it's rather trying to make sure that when you include, a passage from a book, it's not just some random quote to make you aware that you've got your updated Bartletts, but it's something that is reinforcing some of the ideas present in the game. And as we sort of found through the side quests, I do feel that the main quest does a little bit better job of reinforcing some of those themes than some of the side quests. The Delamain one is a standout one for sure, but they are there, and I do like, in a second playthrough, I definitely like seeing a few more of the references that maybe make a little more sense now that I have the benefit of reading them after having played certain segments in the game. Right, to install a quick hack on your Cyberdeck, you need to first select it from the list. Select the ping quick hack. It should appear in the Cyberdeck slot on the left side of your screen. And if you will excuse me, I do need to make another quick trip to the bathroom. I will actually remember to put up my sign this time. But we'll be here for a little bit longer. Like I said, I want to at least try and get through the Maelstrom mission. But the Force is with me, so I will see you all in a little bit. Hey, and I even remembered to put my brake sign back up. Skill points. There's skill points in this game. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I actually have a specific system for skill points in this game. Oop. This still... So this shouldn't persist. I may have to go to the map. I know sometimes if you spend a little too much time on one screen as opposed to another, the game sort of chugs for a bit. There we go. But yeah, usually flipping back to the menu. All right, here we go. The Undoing, The Fall of the First Net, Chapter 1, The Apocalypse. His name was Raish Bartmoss. Everyone knows who destroyed the first net. The real question is why. Netwatch branded him a criminal and outlaw. The media called him a madman. Is either label correct? You be the judge. Below is a previously unpublished letter which Bartmoss put out just before the release of Rabbids. Why has this document only now just emerged? Well, someone out there did not want you, my dear readers, to ever lay eyes on it. All the more reason to take a deep dive into the information available to us. Maria Jimenez. The first net was supposed to save us. It would serve as a platform for those without a voice. It would offer unlimited knowledge to those who hungered for it. It would bring a fractured humanity closer together than ever before in our history. But these hopes were hollow, false. The net spread its tendrils around the globe faster than anyone could have predicted, before anyone could even consider the full range of consequences. This information superhighway turned out to be our path straight to hell. We were robbed of our privacy, deprived of our free will, stripped of our dignity. It was supposed to save us, but now even the net itself cannot be saved. It was molded by the corpse with sharp edges, spikes, and traps at every corner. Think of the net as a stream of water that flows gently into our minds, before freezing, swelling, and destroying us from the inside out. But remember this about ice. As hard as it may be, it's surprisingly brittle. One well-placed strike, and it shatters into a million tiny pieces. Watch out today, and you'll see just what I mean. Raish Bartmoss. Access points are your way into local networks, allowing you... Okay, I don't know what the rest of that says, but I figure we can figure this out. Basically, it wants me to ping. Gather valuable data. All right. And this is, I actually kind of like the hacking minigame in this game. So essentially what you need to do is figure out the sequence. So I can't go 1C55 from here, but what I can do is a BD and then a 1C. Now this doesn't get me to a 55, but E9 1C55 works here, so. Okay, well, I'm not going to go to Lizzie's bar. If you want, there is... I don't believe you can play any arcade machine, but if you want, there is Roach Race. Now, I've never played The Witcher 3. I've actually played only a little bit of any of the Witcher games, but I've definitely not played Witcher 3. I do realize there is a reference to the bug here, but let's have a little fun. Oops. Well, that's no good. We'll try that one more time. Oh, come on! Alright. You didn't even know that this existed? Alright, I've got to do this one more time then. Oops. In the grim darkness of the future, there are only arcade games which... Damn it! I have gotten to level 2. I swear, one more time. Yeah, in the grim darkness of the future, there are arcade games which only have one button. Alright, I suck. We're handling this in the future. I do want to actually get to a certain part of the game. Thank you for playing Roach Race. We hope you had fun. If you want to try again, remember there's prizes waiting for the best runs. Good luck. You broke into the top 10. Time to get serious. Keep trying. Preem prizes await for those who break into the top 5. All right. Let's try Beat on the Brat. I do actually want to do the Maelstrom mission, but if I'm going to be wrapping up with that.
Got anything Nova for sale?
If you can afford it, yes.
$250 meters? Be good for a jog. I think, Dendrian, you've already had to be subjected to my rant about W. Edwards Deming, but I'm hoping I'm hoping there was at least one or two people who haven't heard that before and found it at least slightly illuminating. If not, I don't know. I'll try and come up with more original things to say about Cyberpunk in general. The one thing that is, so one of the reasons why I like the Maelstrom mission is that I just sort of feel Maelstrom is visually just very interesting. It's very in your face about the style for the game. One of the things I am a little sad isn't present in the game is there are poser gangs. So, for instance, there's like the Kennedys, and they modify themselves to look like John F. Kennedy and Marilyn Monroe and, Bobby Kennedy and things like that. But then there's also like the Gilligans, and the Gilligan. Okay, so I'm not supposed to go up. The Gilligans are exactly like what you would imagine. Like they're all characters from Gilligan's Island, and they go around and like. If they will beat you up and take your money if you diss them. So in some cases the Cyberpunk setting can get quite silly. There was actually a crossover between that and the Paranoia setting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm assuming that licensing is probably not the biggest problem for Cyberpunk. Like, obviously there's a bunch of copyrighted music which is not going to be played here because, well, I would like people to be able to watch the VODs. But you're right. Like, I'm going to assume that, a reference to some of the stuff that might have appeared in the earlier source material. And, there's like 5 people who know about old school Cyberpunk would get the reference. You probably don't want to be spending whatever it would cost to include the Kennedys or the... Well, I'm assuming Kennedy would be like, a sufficient fair use or public domain. Well, I guess it wouldn't be public domain, but I'm assuming that would probably fall under fair use. But Gilligan's Island, I suspect there is going to be somebody who wants to get a payday, even if it's just a casual reference. But yeah, you're right. Like, obviously if you're making a game, you have a different set of priorities. Now, this is interesting. So I thought I picked up some kind of armor, but it doesn't seem to say that I... Oh, there you go. When you want to hit somewhere between classy and shabby. I do want to hit somewhere between classy and shabby. Classy is a naked woman being carried in your arms. A Keanu poser get? That's actually a good one.
This is pointless. I know where I'm gonna strike before I do it. Typical. Knew I'd say
fight. Which one of you's my guy?
Me.
Wasn't expecting a tag team, but whatever, I guess. So, who do I got first?
No. You don't get it. That body and this one, I'm the same person.
So, what? I'm seeing double?
I used to be twins, which you could probably guess. The twins had a close bond. They wanted to be closer, stronger. So they installed neural oscillation sinks. And now they're, well, me. One person, two bodies. My bodies do everything together. Everything.
You really do everything together. Even under the sheets.
I have one girlfriend for both bodies, if that's what you're asking. Shared between both.
So, what? One takes waist up and the other's on duty?
No, she's with one body Monday through Wednesday, and the other Wednesday through Sunday. Frick.
As delightful as that was, unfortunately I don't have the money for this.
Not you two. It's just me. And where's the sportsmanship? Sheesh. Come back when you wise up. Be waiting.
Okay, let's go call Meredith Stout.
Stout here. Start by telling me how you got this number.
No more than your number. Heard you misplaced a convoy.
You shut him up. Spill what you know. Don't make me wait.
Transport fuck-up's toxic for you, I know. So listen carefully. You and me are gonna meet. See if we can't find a way to help each other out.
Mutual self-interest. Agreed. First exit off Skyline, driving towards the NID. Storm channel under the overpass. Meet you there.
I'm curious what this other contacts. So apparently somebody wants something on these, but doesn't really. Okay, 300 meters. I guess we can run it.
Where you got to, coward?
Oh, NCPD. Never mind. I also probably don't need to go lethal for every single encounter, but... The hell was that? I didn't put enough skill points in climbing, clearly. No, that doesn't help me. I'm assuming this is some kind of Witcher reference. I've played Gwent, so I know. Maybe I should have got my car. Well, that's not where I need to be. Also, did I read the entry on Militech? Militech International Armaments is one of the largest, most powerful corporations in the world. Known mainly in the NUSA for their support of the federal government, they provide both manpower and arms to the regime, including weapons and specialist military gear. Militech's contract for the NUSA is controversial in some political circles. Militech has been accused of attempting to create a monopoly, while the clear connections between former Militech CEO and the current NUSA president, Rosalind Myers, and the corporation's board have only exacerbated corporate and diplomatic tensions. Militech also operates in the private sector, providing security as well as defensive and offensive combat services. The corporation offers clients the latest equipment, skilled staff, and trained, well-equipped agents to get the job done. In addition, the Megacorp also develops and produces its own firearms, drones, implants, even vehicles suitable for land, air, and sea combat. So yeah, we're going to leave that for later. We have the rest of this. And just on a performance note, so usually jumping between either the map or the journal, if I spend too long on one of those menus, there's usually going to be a stutter in the other one. So if it doesn't get solved in, like a minute of the switch, then there's probably a bigger problem. But for the most part, it resolves itself after a little while. And that's basically been true since the start of the game.
Look lively. Meredith Stout. Take it you were the one to call? Thought you could blackmail me, fucker? Set conditions? Got any more for me?
Calm the fuck down. I just want to talk.
Christ, Meredith!
Shut your trap! That fucking thing ready?
All set.
Now answer my questions. Honestly, forthrightly. Are you here alone?
I'll tell you who's alone. You. Fail to recover that transport and you're done. With not a soul willing to help.
Not another word. Do a sweep, now. Now listen close. This piece of shit, Anthony Gilchrist. Is he your contact? Is he the one who leaked intel on the convoy?
Got no ties to Militech. None.
Checks out.
So how the fuck do you know so much?
Come on. All corps use the same playbook. I know the game inside out. Listen, I know where the transport is. I can help you. Just want a favor in return.
I told you! I fucking told you! I'm not the mole! Jesus Christ!
Shut him up!
Unhand me now before I...
Him you can let go. Want to hear what he has to say?
Couldn't have been chill from the start.
Shut the fuck up. Tell me what you want.
I need a bot. Flathead model. Guys who ripped you off have it. Promise me that bot. I'll point the finger.
You have a plan how to deal with them?
Could just take it by force, but they're expecting payment. So I could go that route too.
Fine, the latter. But on one condition. You pay with our money.
That the kind of subtlety they teach at Militech? Ship spiked with a virus, clearly.
That is true.
Something goes wrong, I'm the one they'll fill full of holes, not you. Time you were straight with me. What's on there?
A tracing algorithm. Latches on to financial streams. Nothing you need to worry your head about.
Sounds solid enough. I'm in.
Encrypted shards. Some shards you find in the world will contain information hidden behind data encryption measures. To decrypt a shard, first either open it through notification when you acquire it, or find it later in the Shards tab under Journal in the main menu. Then select Crack Security to unlock its secrets.
You pay with that chip, and that's all you gotta worry about. Try to fuck me in any way, and I'll be seeing you real soon.
You're making a mistake. This cunt's already good as dead. And she'll take you down with her.
Bartmoss Collective. First will come the great reality check, which ushers in the future of the world. Oh yeah, I was meaning to talk about the Bartmoss side of things. So if you're looking for some reading, first of all, Neil Stephenson was responsible for Snow Crash, which coined the term metaverse, and I suspect he's rather disappointed with people's use of it lately. But he has written a more recent book called Anathem, which has an interesting take on the internet. So I will say Anathem is definitely one of the more complicated works of fiction that I've read recently. I actually read it over the pandemic, and if any of you have read it or plan on reading it and you see these sort of monastic communities underneath the big clock. I think you'll sort of see that that's probably an appropriate pandemic read. But one of the things that's interesting about its portrayal of the internet is this idea that I'm probably not going to quite do it justice in the context of the world, but basically that there would be sort of algorithmically generated content was so good, and like spam and whatnot, was basically so good that it effectively ruined the ability of the internet to... I'm terrible at driving. It sort of made it completely impossible to get any information from the internet. And so essentially what needed to happen was there needed to be another layer of technology which would sort through the nonsense that was put out online. And that essentially it would sort of be this battle of the algorithms. Now, I'm sure at that time he was probably recognizing maybe some degradation in terms of the quality of search engine results, or, you know, maybe just kind of doing the sort of thing that science fiction authors tend to do, extrapolate some trends in technology or maybe the way that we consume information. But as it turns out, when we've seen this situation where sort of Quora has engineered its results to kind of appear at the top of search engines, and now that they're using large language models to give certain answers, when you do like a Google search for, you know, the most recent one I saw was, can you melt an egg?
There you are.
Apparently the top Google result will now actually say, yes, you can melt an egg, because that's what a large language model says. So in that case, that was a fun one. And to a certain extent, like, it's not the same as the collapse because of Bartmoss, and yet it's a very similar kind of idea in some ways, at least in terms of how we think about the organizing of information and our ability to access valid information. In fact, I would argue that the Neil Stephenson Anathem sort of prophecy, if you'll consider it that way, that's probably a little bit more close to how it turned out than Bartmoss in Cyberpunk. But that was a recent little... Actually, I think I just saw that post today, so it's relevant.
Let me hear what you squared away.
So Dex already paid the Maelstromers for the Corpo bot. Thing is, can't be sure the Gangoons are still willing to hand it over.
He paid up front? Híjole. Well, whatever. Let's go get this tech. You scheme yet? You got a plan?
Militech and me, we found some common ground. They're footing the bill for the bot.
There's a lot of scratch to toss away.
Forget it, Jack. It'd be like we never had it in the first place. Anyway, who knows how this deal's gonna shake out? Besides, Credship's laced.
Well, shit. Soon as they learn that, it'll be our blood on the floor. You might want to fill them in on that.
Mean tell them we trade in toxic cash? They will be pissed.
Well, sometimes it's better to play with an open hand, you know? Just saying. So, into the Borg Beast den.
Let's go see these bastards.
All right, let's knock on their door. See if they even open up.
One contrast I really like here is Jackie's street background coming into play.
Borg fuckers. It had to be them.
Just a gang like any other, right?
Take the Valentinos. They follow God and the Santa Madre. Honor means something to them. You know what they want, how they get it, and what pisses them the fuck off. With Maelstrom, you just never know.
But I like the contrast between V's Corpo approach of using the lace chip, whereas Jackie's sort of saying, no, play with an open hand.
Don't know you.
Want to talk to Royce. Dex sent us.
Main room. We've been waiting.
Cozy place.
All Foods, the future of meat. Not only are All Foods products healthy and nutritious, they will feed our future. Soon, All Foods will launch a pilot line of new products to complement the Easy Beef brand. The series of meat products will be based on flatworm cultures, which have been found to significantly help increase metabolism, slow weight gain, and cleanse the intestinal tract. We hope the Flatworm Initiative will usher in All Foods' latest successful generation of meat products.
Could use a few plants, though. Oh, yeah. They look damn well prepared.
Don't think I've ever seen security like this in a chow factory.
Gear from the Jack convoy. Gotta be. Must have been all over it like maggots on dead meat.
Anti-personnel mine. Directional shrapnel spitter. My favorite.
Subtle.
Are you saying you don't trust a megacorp like Biotechnica to provide you with nutritious food? I think that's slanderous. I think maybe the lawyers might get involved.
Stay cool. They're just trying to spook us. Chill, V. Remember, we're on their turf.
So what do you want?
Here to see Royce. We got biz to transact.
Mr. Royce is busy just now. You'll deal with me.
You got a bot. Model MT0D12. Called the Flathead.
And? The hell you care?
Guy I represent already paid Brick for it. I'm just here for the pickup. I can talk direct to Royce if necessary.
Nah, you talk to me. Name's Dum Dum. Now couch, planet.
I definitely like this little sequence. This is a nice setup. You'll see in a bit.
Well, shit. Goes for you too.
I'll stand.
This so fucking hard? Fucking ass on the fucking couch!
Make me.
Thought you'd never ask. Sit your ass down for a planet bullet in your skull.
Jack, sit down.
This ain't gonna end well, but... shit.
Well, alright. Come on. Gotta lighten up. Take a hit.
Thanks, I'm good.
Whatever you say, straight-edged princess. Here we go. The Flathead. Model MT0D12.
Militech's not gonna come looking for it?
Fuck them. They can hop around and try. We'll remove the serial number and lifted access logs using our soft. What's yours, it's yours.
Need to see it.
Suit yourself. Fucking tricked out this thing. Dynamic thermal optic camo armor. Full cognitive immersion with a Raven controller. Pimped out prototype actuators made of titanium, vanadium, Kevlar composite. And watch this. Fully integrated link too. So when the spider starts crawling up walls dangling from ceilings.
Mm-hmm. Could lose your lunch.
So what you think?
Oh, did I not get to... Oh, here we go. Oop. So usually what I try and do where I can, I try to level stuff up as I need it. Within reason.
Huh. Raven's not the dedicated control unit for a flathead.
Ha! Of course not. Militech controllers auto-link to Militech systems. I mean, you wouldn't want them tracking their stolen tech back to your hands. Yeah, Raven's our baby. Got improved neural sync and no fucking pesky tracing. You ask me, we ought to sell that shit.
Yep, we'll take it.
Free. Sure. Yeah. Let's see your cred.
Brick got it. It's all paid up.
Brick got it. I don't see any fucking brick around here, do you?
Come on. Can't expect me to pay for this thing twice.
And who the fuck are you to say what can and can't be? You'll pay twice because I say you'll pay twice. Alright. You want the flathead? I better see some eddies.
Seems you already got the eddies for it. You ought to offer us a discount. A big one.
A discount? Fuck. You know, you never did say who sent you. Never did say who you're working for.
Dexter Deshawn. That's who.
Dexter Deshawn. The lard ass who punching animal fucked half of Pacifica? And he ain't dead?
So you gonna consider my offer now? Cred's on this.
Hey, Flathead's good gear. It'll do the trick for you, whatever the trick is.
Shit! Shit, shit, shit! Chip's got a vector! They're breaking in! Zero! I want hands! Oh, fuerte, cabrón!
So first of all, where'd my assault rifle go?
Cut off. Grab the gear. Button control side. Quick.
So I really like that introduction for Royce. There's a couple of things that work really well for me. So when they introduce the flathead, that's when they open up the back. So while you're kind of paying attention to the fancy tech as it's moving around, the big bad is just waiting in the background for you. Getting late for me. Okay, have a good one. Last name unavailable. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I'm probably going to wrap up after this mission anyway, but I'm glad that you at least got to see the big introduction for Royce. The other thing that I like about it is once he does become part of the encounter, you know, the music goes up, and I know the first time that I did it, I actually did feel the pulse kind of go up a little bit, just because, again, you've got a guy with half of his face drilled out, sticking a gun in your face, and I did have the cred chip again before, and I think I might have even tried just to put it in his hand. He's like, "Oh yeah, you'll pay me just like that." So you're like, "Oh crap, he knows what's going on." So overall, I think it's a really well done little sequence. And then obviously you get to have your combat too, but. Solo's Manual by Morgan Blackhand. Also, for those of you who weren't here earlier, I know this is the third one, but the first one was under bad circumstances. But Last Name Unavailable has been doing a good Skyrim run lately. Also somebody who I can't even necessarily say I found through Book of Hours, rather found me through Book of Hours. So that's a couple of excellent games and ones that I think are relevant to the two games I've been playing lately that you might want to check out. And unfortunately, I can't do the shout-out command again, But Dendrian also came in a little bit earlier, and I know he introduces himself as a second monitor streamer, but as somebody who I actually enjoy interacting with. Very thoughtful guy. He works for mega corporations, so he can give you all of the insight on the antagonists of this game, inside info on the antagonists of this game. But somebody who's been playing a lot of Dicey Dungeons lately, but not exclusively. I've seen him play everything from Graveyard Keeper to Dicey Dungeons to Against the Storm, which is the first game I saw him through. The Solos Manual by Morgan Blackhand. Oh, sorry, and Spurious ECG. Who I don't know if we... I don't know what the... I don't think you said what the next plan was for your stream, Spurious ECG, but was playing Starfield most recently. Intro, think you've got what it takes to be a legendary solo, huh? Sure you do. Otherwise, why pick up this book? You're looking for respect, for fear, for a way to be on top. Maybe you heard someone quote me about winning battles with only a glance before a single shot's been fired. Well, fine, I'll let you in on a secret. It is possible, and you can do it too, but only if you have the guts to survive going to hell and back more times than you can count. Thousands of fights, millions of bullets, hundreds of gallons of blood, yours included. That's what you have to look forward to. And you'll need a solid ripper, one you can trust, one that you'll make lifelong chumbadas out of, one who tells you every week it's a miracle you ain't dead by now. At least that's what he'll say if you're lucky. Nowadays, every kid with big iron, a synth leather coat, and a micro missile launcher thinks they're a hotshot solo. But you know what? Just because you killed a few goons with a smile on your lips doesn't make you one. Anyone can kill. I knew this rocker boy once who blew up a whole fucking platoon of corpo trash. Did that make him a solo? No, it made him dead. So you still think you got what it takes to carve your name into solo history? Good, then this book's for you. Alright, let me... So first of all, I should be able to eat something. The other thing I wanted to see was for this assault rifle 883 versus 1092. Okay, so the Dying Light is actually a better weapon overall. Good to know. Cyberpunk 2020 rulebook. It doesn't matter how well you do something as long as you look good doing it. If you're going to blow it, make sure you look like you planned it that way. Normally, clothes and looks don't matter in an adventure. In this world, having a leather armor jacket and mirror shades is a serious consideration. Think dangerous, be dangerous. Think weak, be weak. Never walk into a room when you can stride in. Never drive slow when you can drive fast. Throw yourself up against danger and take it head on. Never play it too safe. Stay committed to the edge. One other thing that I like about the Cyberpunk 2020 rules is I believe it actually has an instruction not to play the game when it's sunny outside, just to play it when it's like rainy and miserable.
Bot and controller.
And let's go. Quicker the better. Now let's get out of here. I'm dying for some fresh air.
Yeah. Anyways, this is the introduction of Royce was definitely one of the things I wanted to get through before I finished the stream for tonight. We'll see this through to the end, but we'll probably...
I could taste it.
It's a production line. Plus, I thought you loved me.
Really no other way.
1,000 beats a second. I couldn't believe my eyes. For a moment, I thought Jessica had changed them out for faulty Kuroshis while I was asleep. But no, that wouldn't have been like her. I blinked again. No change. There I saw them, clear as day, the open flaps of Jason's chrome skull. I saw the electronic brain that, up until now, had been hidden by perfect imitation sin skin. Son of Future Tech CEO, the boy of my damn dreams. Jason. He was an android. Shit. I sat there stuck with a dumb expression on my face, and Jason stared back with one of his own. I couldn't help but wonder now, were those beautiful blue eyes of his the same that had pierced my soul? Were they merely a mimicry controlled by some emo algorithm? Had there been anything real behind all those times? Not once. Alex, it's not what you think, he pleaded with a strangely authentic note of panic in his voice, and I wanted to believe him. I really did. Well, clearly it hasn't been, I replied in equal parts, anxious and bitter. Me and my rotten luck. The first and last guy I fall for, and he turns out to be a goddamn motherboard on legs. No, that's not... Jason suddenly broke off and smiled awkwardly. Wait, did you say fall for? My cardio implant began to beat more and more quickly. My face flushed. Had I been wrong? Could this body of bolts, wires, and plastic really contain whatever is left of the real Jason Kadalas? If his father was able to design a synthetic heart for me, maybe he could do the same for his son's brain. The question is, why? All right, messages. Urgent marketing issue. Lindsay Barry to Mark Robinson. Mark, I still have a problem with the direction of this ad. It won't pass the focus groups with flying colors, if at all. What do we hope to achieve by advertising milk? I know you've seen the latest reports. Even if we jack up nutrient content and tweak the consistency, we'll still lose to Biotechnica's alternatives. Our paste products already test worse with younger consumers. Besides, it's not even clear who the target audience for this is. You are aware that most of our target sales are in urban markets, right? Unless you're playing off a sense of misplaced nostalgia or some reference, I just don't get it. We need to seriously consider reassigning the marketing budget from milk to something else. Do you have anything in mind from R&D that's already been tested? Lindsay, I'm not fully prepared to drop the milk project just yet, despite your first impressions. I've actually put a lot of thought into this campaign. Still, I'm willing to explore other options. We have the meat mixture based on insect proteins ready to go. The same mixture, the same we discussed last year, but weren't happy with the texture or smell. There's also a soluble powder based on mealworm larvae that used as the base for porridges and soups. Main problem is that we'd have to start from scratch. Let me know if either of these options speak to you, and we'll sync on the topic later this week. Mark. Porno BD from Sex. XXX, Porno Brain Dance, Fuck BD, Sex Brain Dance, Porno Hot BD, Max Feel BD, Threesome Fuck BD, Cum Explosion, Real Feel Fucks. Do you crave more? Looking for the hottest experience? Desire unlimited porn access? Find it all here. Firefuck, Skin Melt, Fuck Yourself, BDSM, Orgy Fest, and so much more. Join us now to see the hottest offers. Featured Best of Marquis de Sade. Didn't find what you're looking for? Fantasy's so fucked up it's not on our menu? No problem. Use our on-demand service to make an order. Our sexperts will make sure your every desired comes true. Winky face. We've got it all. Forever Young, Puertonamics. Forever young. Are you in your 50s, 60s, even your 70s, but still want to look like you did in your teens? Do you crave the eternal youth of the Arasakas, but can't afford the implants? We've got a solution. One-a-day Puertonamics will slow the effects of aging, helping you look even 20 years younger. You're just one small capsule a day away from enjoying your natural beauty to its fullest, even into old age! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, etc. Puertonamics is completely safe to use. Studies have shown it to be over 95% effective. Takato Tanaka, MD. Incredible! I'm 68 years old and I don't look a day over 40. One of her many satisfied customers. All my wife's friends constantly asked how she bagged her cougar self such a young husband. You should see her face when she tells them that I'm actually old enough to be her father. Another satisfied customer. Don't bother getting an expensive new faceplate. Invest in your stunning natural beauty. Need someone to watch your back? Animals are alpha, and we read that one before, so...
Oh, good. It's moving. Let's go. Vámonos.
It's probably just as easy for me to control the camera. Okay, so it looks like it's just two of them. Although they might be noticing me. I don't have the RAM to turn that off. I think probably the smart move is just to wait it out. Oh, they're coming. I wish I had a better way of noticing where my RAM was. So I guess unless they actually start climbing up the stairs, I don't need to worry. But I am going to have to possibly disable this one. Obviously, I can also try and go for distractions, but I have noticed a tendency to try and get too clever, and then I just blow it. Okay, so that thing is still online. There we go. Oh, so it is in the top left. So I'm going to be a little careful with where this guy's watching. But I should at minimum be able to get behind that counter. Okay. This might get a little dicey. Oop. So I don't really have a place to store him, unfortunately, so... There might be one, but obviously I have an immediate problem in front of me. Oh, okay. I didn't realize I could only kill and hide. Unlucky for him. This doesn't really seem to show any alternative places to hide them, so I'll just kind of stick them in the... Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. So that's actually good to know. So dumping bodies is lethal now. Okay, transport security. Information for clients about Militech transport security. Standard package, transport, route encryption, satellite monitoring with early warning capability, premium offers, combat satellite assistance with immediate intervention protocols, drone-supported aerial monitoring, on-site transport protection, Militech division specialized in transport security fitted with the highest grade combat cyberware, armored transport units with automatic cargo lock, self-destruct feature available, biometric cargo locks, personal link encryption compatibility using patented CDNA technology, optional extraction of cargo, including human cargo, from transport accidents and attempted hijackings. Non-standard supplementary package redacted. Information on CDNA. Militech's patented CDNA security system for business and premium class clients. CDNA encryption technology involves creating a unique client key based on user DNA and cyberware configuration, both hardware and software. Taking advantage of this method first requires installation of the Militech CDNA chip. The user's code is created at the time of chip authorization and is stored in a quantum state, making theft or interception nearly impossible. Should authorization fail, the code is immediately disintegrated. Militech ensures that it will not store client's DNA and cyberware configuration data. Transporter's LOA, Anthony Gilchrist to Patricia. It's all very simple. You'll get the number of the company transport, which will already have the cook papers inside. I sign off on the LOA, lost on arrival. Whenever customs officers see that LOA, they know not to ask questions. And when company reps see the LOA, they ask far fewer than usual. Have fun out there. Hey, I need your help. Loves something? Dear Good Samaritan, I am desperate for your help. My name is Lovisa Kaukonen. I recently lost my job as a custodian at Euro Business Machines because I was in a horrible accident last May. Now my implants are no longer compatible with my nervous system. I lost function in both legs, right eye, and my left hand. Surgery is too expensive for me. My daughter is very ill, and my new body is blind and deaf. My new baby is blind and deaf. It is my dream to show her the world, but I know I cannot afford treatment for both of us. I humbly ask you for a small donation to buy new Karoshi eyes so that my little angel can see her mother and sister for the first time. I will not forget your mercy and generosity. You're a winner from Kenoshi Corp. Congratulations! Greetings, user. Due to your continued use of Kenoshi services, you were entered into a raffle and have been selected for one prize, Kenoshi Thermosense 9873. Reply to this email in the next 10 minutes to claim your prize. Hurry now, or another lucky user will be seeing the world in thermovision instead of you. Okay, so we should have already disabled the... Oh.
I'll be your friend.
Oh, man. So I gotta deal with this quick. I don't know how this guy knows to track me, but... clearly I am in trouble. Okay, that'll boost its trace, so can't really work with that. But I also can't stay idle, so maybe... I mean, maybe I just go charging in at this point. How you doing, Vanguard Master? It's been a while. I hope your game's going well. Okay, there doesn't seem to be a way to shake the... So I'll definitely need to figure out what the story is with that trace. That's going to be something I need to get used to. As much as I'd love to read the porno BD description again, I have a feeling there's only so much.
Help me out over here.
Detonator. Armed.
Okay, as fun as it would be to set it off. Oh man, that almost bounced up. Been a while indeed. Yes, you've been working hard the last month and a bit. You're getting super close to a release. Things are going okay. It's been a little... been a little rough, but managing as best as I can. Happy to hear that you're getting close to a release, and good luck in anticipation of that. Okay. This is the same network as last time. Orgiatic product vision meeting notes. Notes after presentation settled for the name Orgiatic. Tested very well. Marketing and PR and in favor. Have time to lend a year to nail down full product line. Flavor enhancement isn't enough. Marketing suggests adding substance that allows us to brand it as wholesome. Marketing decision is to focus on premium snack food. Draw associations with movement, energy, modernity, artificial supplements. Flavored based on mealworm lava. Have the fixed assets for it, low cost. But check with legal if we can list core nutrients without printing source. Organic nutrition and sales approach. Orgiatic will be all foods flagship. Orgiatic will be all foods flagship. Wholesome vitamin booster with accelerated absorption moving forward. Unfortunately, we had to forego using mealworm-derived powder as the paste base because production rhythm would not match with marketing assumptions. Even were that not true, we would prefer to avoid mutual cannibalization, both sales and public perception, between Orgiatic and other all foods brands which already use mealworm larvae as the fundamental ingredient. Despite unforeseen obstacles, we continue to aim for at least 300% of daily vitamin needs, although exceeding this mark would most benefit the brand in terms of maintaining positive PR and increasing all foods market share in vitamin products. Orgiatic promotional brochure draft. Orgiatic by All Foods is your gateway to better living. Try our savory nutrient paste and vitamin boosters from the Orgiatic line now. Get 330% of your daily vitamin needs in just one fashionable tube. Slurp down favorite flavor pairings from around the world, as well as our special edition Omniflave, which has more flavors packed into it than ever before. Buy one today and let your tongue do the work. Marketing issue. Mark, I still have a problem. Okay, we've already got the milk. I've never once bought penis nanogel. I don't care what my receipts say. And only you guys know. Royce, Tommy, Dum Dum, Bjorn. Brick's been demoted to cage duty. Code's 9691. Keep it to your fucking selves. Oops.
God, felt like a fucking eternity there.
Been in here a while?
Few days. Kinda lost count. Some guys loyal enough to care slipped me stuff. Tried to help out. Royce threw him in the microwave dryer. Made me watch.
Guess it's kinda your fault we're here. Came for some tech Dex bought.
He tell you to free me? No, just to pick up the bot. Classic fucking Dex.
Looking a little like we might have saved your skin.
Think we're due a favor, hombre? Jesus, slow down, maybe. I'll get you, but kinda caught me at a bad time. We ever meet again, I'll have you covered.
Sure you'll manage all right?
This is my home. Quit fucking sweating it.
Okay, so if I try a stealthy approach, I should probably prepare for the possibility that the, cool. Prepare for the possibility that they'll do a search on me just for taking too long.
Think you're clever, huh?
Okay, well, that's two. Do I have eyes? I do. So I do need to get a little bit better at using distractions, but right now I'm happy to at least get eyes on where the bad guys are. Of course, if I could get to one of the terminals, that would be also peachy, but I have a feeling that's a bit much to ask. Okay, so just give it a minute to recover the RAM. May take longer than I thought. I won't dig into what's going on, but hopefully things start looking up soon. Feel free to reach out on Discord if you ever want to chat. Gonna head off for the night, though. Yeah, well, actually, Vanguard, I've been kind of avoiding chatting too much just because for me at least, I know Discord can be a big distraction from work. So it's not that I'm opposed to chatting, but I definitely feel like I don't want to be a source of... I don't want to be the reason why you're missing deadlines. But yeah, if you're waiting for me to reach out and you'd like to talk, I'm happy to follow up on that. But it's certainly not it's not some kind of oath of enmity that I've sworn against you that we haven't been in touch. But yeah, no, we'll chat at some point. Good luck until I see you next, and then after I see you next, no more luck. It's a finite supply. I can't give it to everyone. Alright, I think... I think that's the best I can do on cameras. Yeah, see, I'm not. So I definitely, like, I'm always happy to hear from people, right? Like, I would never want to discourage people from communicating, but I definitely feel like I have a very strong tendency to, God, this is gonna be an adventure. So I'm going to have to rely on some kind of distraction. Okay, wrong guy got distracted. I could reboot his optics if it comes down to that, but cyberware controversy in football. Never before in a single night has a crowd snapped so abruptly and so frequently between euphoric cheers and deafening silences. The most recent match between NC Corsairs and the San Diego Shredders ended in an overwhelming victory for Night City, but it was another team that stole the spotlight. Trauma team paramedics airlifted out a record 7 players during the game due to potentially life-threatening injuries. 3 still remain in stable but critical condition. The game's unusual spike of injuries was the result of a months-long feud between the two franchises that had hit a boiling point. Shredder's head coach, Darnell Irving, has repeatedly accused the Corsairs of breaking league rules by allowing players to equip military-grade cyberware. Corsairs organization representatives have refuted the allegations, claiming that rules contain no such clear-cut cyberware guidelines. Night City's head coach even went so far as to say that San Diego would be wise to make the same upgrade instead of crying like babies whenever they get their asses kicked. What he doesn't mention, however, is that the NC Corsairs have a sponsorship deal with Night Corp, granting them exclusive rights to equipment designed in Night Corp's top-secret football science lab, Salt in the Wound. Of course, unpersuaded, the San Diego faithful have argued to the league that the use of military-grade technology is damaging to the game's integrity and future. Football analysts and commentators, on the other hand, have dismissed the controversy, saying that the arms race mentality has always been pervasive in sports. Their case in point, the 2064 Night City Marathon. In a record-setting and uncontested victory, Austrian runner Dominik Baum blazed past favorites from Czechoslovakia and France because of Vienna's close partnership with Zeta Tech. All right. So these two are going to be a problem if I can't distract them. I mean, I do have the option of rebooting optics as well. That says traceable, so let's try for the distract. Okay, not quite what I needed, but let's see if I can make something happen with this. Crap. I get to cover. Okay, so first thing I gotta do is find explosives. Or headshots. Wait for glitch and come. Nice. Might be somebody still upstairs. Nope, music says there's nobody. But yeah, so an all-stealth approach definitely seems quite a bit more difficult. I do think the lethality of storing the bodies is kind of interesting. I'm curious why they do it. I can see some sense in it because like there are some cases where you'll like put someone in a fridge, and I'm like, well, depending how long they're out, I'm not entirely sure that's the Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that's survivable. On the other hand, like, putting some of the people in the storage crates isn't a big deal, but definitely the idea of the non-lethal approach having a cost that you basically make life more difficult for yourself by taking it, I think is an interesting approach. But yeah, the direct consequence I've been feeling is just I definitely find it more difficult to manage the fatalities. All right, Amanda Nelson. A certain corpo entered the net one night when suddenly everything glitched and he encountered a red demon who said, "Tomorrow at midnight you will be dead." The corpo did not place any faith in the threat and slept soundly that night after leaving the net. The next day he went to work and returned home and nothing bad happened. But the next morning his daughter went to wake him up. His optical implants were burned out. His entire body was scorched and cut in half. If you break this email chain, the same thing will happen tomorrow at midnight. If you send this to only 3 people, the demon will hurt someone you love. If you send this to 15, the demon will follow you on the net for 5 days but do nothing to you. If you send this to all your contacts, your biggest dream will come true. It's true! It happened to my uncle. I'm very sorry to send this to you, but someone sent it to me first. Sounds silly, but forwarding this email will save your life. And we've covered these. Also, I can't quite put my finger on it, but the gun combat feels quite a bit more satisfying. Like I said, I haven't quite figured out what it is, but I approve. I'm even though I've wound up in a few more fights, I don't find it a hardship. How about Deus, Christianity and cyber modification? So God created man in his own image, in the image of God. So says the book of Genesis. Religious proponents of cybernetic body modification believe the Christian God intended the same perfection for man as he himself possesses. Suffering, disease, death, these exist in contradiction with divinity, but can be overcome with the aid of science and technology. So-called cyber theologists interpret God's command to subdue the earth quite literally. By their account, any and all means that might enable man to reach a state closer to divinity are good, both ethically and morally. However, some in their Christian fold have voiced concern that such cyber theologists are guilty of excessive hubris. For an immortal man would thus be his own savior, rendering the existence of the one true transcendent God superfluous. Only the soul would be immortal, while the human body, as a temple of the Holy Spirit, should be accepted as it is, mortal and destined for resurrection on Judgment Day. Iritis sicut di, said the serpent to Eve, you will be as gods. Religious purists exhort their sisters and brothers in faith to resist the temptation of Satan, masked as the will of God. But cyber theologists have stood fast and supplemented their cause with the phrase scientis bonum e malum. They call upon humanity to tap into the divine and consciously interpret for themselves what is good and evil. Scientis bonum e malum, I think, is referring to both good and bad, but I'm pretty sure we can find a translation. Ah, you will be like God, conscious of good and evil. It's the rest of the verse. Okay, I'm utterly fascinated as to how that counted, but
Not a single fucking thing.
No Life 3 review. After 50 long years, the wait is finally over. The third and final installment of the No Life series will be available for purchase tomorrow. As has been reported already, gamers should not expect any major shakeups in regard to the protagonist. We will still play as the strong silent-type scientist Baron Freimunch. We follow Baron as he ventures to the Arctic Circle to, well, why spoil it when you'll have it in your hands in less than 24 hours? The gist, with Alice at Baron's side and a trusty crowbar in hand, those nasty aliens are in for a rude awakening. Freimunch is a fun coinage. Probably don't need to manually turn all this off. Your inheritance, urgent reply needed. Sane Dow's, dear sir, madam, my name is Sane Dow's, and I work for Wet and Rechvengardheid. I found your address on the client list for Zetatech's Dutch office. Your name happens to be identical to that of my former client, who died tragically in the recent floods ravaging the north of Europe. Please excuse the rather informal nature of this email, but the matter is truly urgent. My client has left behind 10.7 billion euro dollars in cash. In accordance with local law, the government will assume the entire sum if an heir is not found within a week. I also have it from unofficial sources that the funds will be earmarked for the local branch of Euro Business Machines, which plans to take over Amsterdam. But we can stop them. I know you are not related to my client by blood, but by taking advantage of a few legal loopholes, we could inherit his fortune and split it 3 ways. 40% for you, 40% for me, and the remaining 20% for the flood victims, of course. Please respond to this message within 3 days, otherwise I will have to look elsewhere for help. Sincerely, Sane Dows. Feeling alone tonight? Hot USE bio. Feeling alone and kinky? Women, men, agender or fluid, we've got someone for you, and we're as naughty as we are sexy. You're just one easy order away from living out your dirtiest fantasy. Check out our Double Treble Genitals, Animalia, Tail, Scales, and more. Libido stimulants, and that's just the start. What are you waiting for? Contact us now to take your pick of the hottest tail in town. Are you ready to get wild? Winky face. So again, if I can, I'll stealth it, but I know I'm up against a tricky... Oh, he's carrying an invisible shotgun. This guy's not a threat. So I don't think we're done yet, but... I think this is where we wind up fighting Royce. Okay, well, I get a free distraction if I need it. Nope. I don't think I'm going to try the distraction quite yet, but I definitely need to smarten up if I'm going to try and play it stealthy. I gotta wonder if there's a way for me to get around. Oh. There's Royce. So I know I'm basically going to have a fight ahead of me no matter what. I think there is an option to actually sneak around him, but we don't... Okay. He's still looking. This is gonna get ugly in a minute. There's a guy up above that I gotta worry about too. No, he can't see me.
Don't fucking drag this out!
Okay, reboot optics is gonna be deadly for a little bit.
Nobody makes it out alive!
That is wild that you can shoot the gun out of his hand, or whatever caused that. That's actually kind of neat. Yeah, so that one sucked as far as performance goes, but we got through it. That's kind of what matters. Okay. And I thought this thing was already off, but... So now I'm wondering if, oh crap. Yeah, my plan there was to untag, not throw the grenade. Equipping combat gadgets, assign a grenade to the combat gadget quick shot in your inventory so you can make use of it during combat. That's got to be, yeah. I don't think that's changed in terms of inventory. I suppose I can take a look at the variety that I have, but right now I'll do the ever important task of looting before the next step. And it does seem like the game is a lot more forgiving in terms of healing. I don't think I can see my health bar up here, but it kind of looks like I was just auto-regenning even though I blew myself up with my own grenade. The thing I'm more mad about, honestly, is not the fact that I blew myself up with a grenade, but more the fact that I... Damn it.
Jackie Wells.
I was gonna try and sneak up on that guy, but... Yeah, thanks, Jackie. Oh, god damn. Okay, I need to stop using grenades. I think I've blown myself up too many times using them. I think I got exactly 1 grenade on Royce and 2 on me. That's a shame. That's not exactly a hard fight. Oh, alright.
And you will find out on this! Fuck! Enough of this shit! One shot, one body.
Yeah, one shot, sure. All right. I don't think I'll quick save at the Royce fight because it shouldn't really be that tricky. And apparently I'm not allowed to take the grenades anymore. Has it said that my performance has been so deplorable that I'm no longer allowed to hurt myself with grenades? I think there's a skill that lets you use a firing arc, and I didn't feel like I needed to use that. Yeah, so it highlights, but it's not showing it. I mean, there might be a full inventory thing, but I don't see why I'd have a full inventory prior to... All right. I wonder if that counts. Okay, so I get a shot on him, but he doesn't get a shot on me? That almost feels unfair. Oh, nope, he does. That is not an easy critical point to hit. Ow. Okay, I gotta find out where those hits are coming. Oh, okay. There's little red dots on the ground.
Gonna have to try harder, bitches.
Ooh, not a good one. So you can see I've definitely gotten a lot more cautious. It's a bit of a shame the music stopped. Oh, hi.
Hang on! Reloading! Shame to smash a pretty face! No, I'm blown a shark!
Jesus. Those air hypos have gotta be. But yeah, there's got to be something about automatically regenerating the health. Anyways, fun. Probably not something I should be. Tech weapons piercing. Tech weapons allow you to charge up powerful shots that can pierce light cover to hit enemies. Probably not something for me to do with a pistol. And we got money for the boxing match. Yeah, so it looks like you kind of have an unlimited supply of the... or not, well, basically you have 2 over time, it looks like, which turned out to be very helpful during that fight.
Come on, V. Let's get out of here. Come on, V. Militech. They got those things buzzing around everywhere. Past the gate. We can talk there. Got the Militech bitch.
Bet you didn't expect to see me here. You know, I like the way you operate. Maybe you'd do some more work for us.
Be more than glad to.
Till next time then, V. Corporate gods willing. Secure the area.
Time we were on our way, carnal. Holy shit, V. I wasn't sure we'd walk out in one piece.
Thanks, Jack. Solid as ever.
Hey, yeah, you too, but, hey, what's this about? You feeling all right?
Yeah, I want to make sure, you know? We're good together. I like how we do things.
I do too, V. I do too. Hey, let Dex know we got his toy for him. And then I say we hit the afterlife. You know, do some shots. Ahí luego, V.
All right. Oh.
How things looking, Mr. V?
Got the bot.
And how'd it go? Run into any trouble? And what about the Militech gang?
Sure, of course there was trouble. Royce couldn't have given 2 shits that you and Brick had shaken on.
How'd you get him on board? You used the corpo woman?
Met with Stout, managed to strike a deal.
Well, well.
Gave me the chip with the scratch from Maelstrom. Virus attacked their systems, scorched a handful of Maelstromers. I took care of the rest.
You got some balls, Mr. V. What about the people that were the partner?
Still on the to-do list.
That meat's the only thing that'll get you a chance at grabbing that chip. Park will be waiting for you at Lizzie's bar. Good luck.
Okay, the absolute chaos that the presence of these Militech craft have unleashed on the streets is easily my favorite feature of 2.0. So, I hope the fact that we spent time on a new playthrough, kind of working our way up to Phantom Liberty, is okay with everyone. I know, I mean, obviously I spent a lot of time to talk. I do think that it is worthwhile spending that time, because in the end, this is not just a good action game. It's not just a good role-playing game. Actually, I didn't really wind up talking a lot about the reception of the game, but there does seem to be... I will confess, I know that a lot of reviews have sort of been putting together this whole redemption arc for Cyberpunk, and I'm not 100% sure that's quite the right way of putting it. I want to be careful in terms of how I say this, because in the end, I sort of feel like the perception of quote-unquote failure, like that was driven by a particularly vocal subset of people, whereas if you kind of took what you would kind of consider to be a standard metric, right, like the 1.0 version of the game prior to any patches, and you look at concurrent players, or you look at sales figures, or you look at review, not necessarily critical review scores, although even those were quite positive, but user review scores. I'm not entirely sure this whole adding 2077 to the end of something to call it a failure was really justified. I think it's perfectly understandable given the fact that the game certainly had a very hyped up marketing campaign. One might argue an arrogant marketing campaign, but I don't know, is the penalty for having a very large marketing campaign and one that gets everybody hyped up, is the penalty for that to sort of forever be tarred by that brush? It would seem to me that given, and the other thing too is, playing the game years later, you'd still have a very respectable number of people playing it. So the idea of a redemption arc, I think, is kind of funny, because in the end, the only redemption that seemed to be required was in the eyes of people who maybe spent a bit more time talking and a little bit less time playing. But either way, I'm very happy that more people seem to be enjoying the game now than might have been enjoying before. And I will admit, while I've probably only touched a little bit on some of the things that 2.0 has introduced, the changes to the costumes, changes to the gunplay have been nice. Driving feels quite nice, although, I mean, to the idea of introducing new bugs, I suppose I didn't experience the sort of traffic mayhem that we got to see with the Militech arrivals, let's say. That's probably something I think somebody would, enjoy, taking a video of and saying, "Oh, see, they screwed it up again." But honestly, it's fun. I don't see how anybody can be anything but charmed by that. But yeah, I'm very, very pleased. Very pleased to be back to this. And I'm not going to lie, I'm actually really looking forward to doing Phantom Liberty, but I figured the recommendation did seem to be to start a new playthrough. And like I said, I mean, the aim of taking the time to read the entries and to try and talk about stuff like Edward's Deming, and again, not all of it's been positive, right? Like when Last Name Unavailable kind of commented on the tackiness of, I think it was Sandra Dorset. Again, that's something we've talked about before, but I think it's still relevant, right? Like, that is something probably if I were in charge of it, I would change it. Just, in terms of the, I'll actually put it to you this way. I genuinely thought, having seen that Clouds was just going to be something that made me feel kind of slimy, but the encounter at Clouds, I actually thought was really interesting and well done. So if anything, that sequence kind of created, negative impressions for the game that were unnecessary, because I actually think the game sort of handles it quite well. But yeah, I don't know. It happens to be a moment that provokes comment, and I think for reasons. But it is also kind of tedious to hear me rant about the same thing over and over and over again. But here's the last commitment to you. So I was very grateful to GOG for giving me the key to, for promotional purposes. And with that in mind, if you're making buying decisions, of course, it is worth knowing that those are the conditions under which I'm playing the game, both the base game as well as the expansion. And they do, I don't know if I still have the copy and paste link. Let's see if we can do that. But I know they would appreciate picking up Phantom Liberty or Cyberpunk off of their link. I believe Cyberpunk may be on a discount right now, but I will leave that to your browsing to figure out. I should probably not claim discounts if I haven't verified them for myself. But obviously I'm grateful for that, and I'm also grateful for Pyro Phoenix following and then giving the 2 community gift subs. From what I understand, that is actually driven from a promotional effort on the part of CD Projekt Red and their community outreach. So I didn't realize that I was on the list. No affiliate link. It's just they gave me the key, so that is the link they provided me to recommend the game. So that's why I'm doing that. Oh, also Hit People Guy, apparently 2 hours ago you followed, and again, for some reason, I don't seem to be getting those alerts, although I am getting the sub alerts, so I'm going to have to take a look into that. Last little bit of housekeeping before I move on for the evening. I know a lot of you are hanging out because of Book of Hours, and I have every intention of continuing to stream Book of Hours. I'm actually going to need to find a good division between Cyberpunk and Book of Hours. I don't know if I'll go back to doing Cyberpunk as kind of a dedicated Friday day game. I don't know if I'll just try and do it for a week and then come back to Book of Hours. I absolutely want to continue doing Book of Hours and play it to the end, and then probably do some more of it, whether I do it on on YouTube or whether I do it on Twitch. We'll figure all of that out. But if any of you have some thoughts in terms of the way to handle that, a division that you'd like to see, whether you prefer one game over the other, however it goes, I hope you, I do hope you get a chance to see it. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah. So apparently, if people do 2 subs. That's interesting. Apparently, I could have gotten a whole bunch of a bunch more people watching if I said that I have drops. Yeah. So apparently, the people who sub during this would get a special skin. Interesting. I should probably advertise that a little bit more publicly, but I had absolutely no idea I was on that list. So that is remarkably nice of that. So I'm assuming this means that Pyro Phoenix actually went out of their way to find me on that list. So that is remarkably nice. Now, the big challenge is how many of you would like to see more Cyberpunk, and how many of you would like me to host... Actually, I don't have that many people I know online, so I could try hosting... could try hosting a Cyberpunk stream if you're interested. I could just drop it. Is any... Any feelings on this? Does anybody know a Cyberpunk streamer? Because I may just have to drop it here. There's just so many people. Okay. Let's see here. So no, I don't have anybody streaming the games that I normally stream. Oh, my apologies. It looks like somebody is streaming Cultist Simulator, so I will send you along that way. I'm doing this on the understanding that you all know where to find Phantom Liberty content. So I will drop a raid to the Cultist Simulator streamer. I don't know who 4Quad is, but I, as much as I can, would like to support it. The other thing, too, is there's a GOG connection to this, so I was able to interview Alexis and Lottie of Weather Factory, both for Cultist Simulator many years ago, as well as for Book of Hours. So GOG was a kind host to that, and I figured that that's at least keeping in the spirit of the sort of hosting and support. But of course, if you are interested in more Cyberpunk, if you are looking for those drops, if you're looking for any of these things, naturally feel free to click on the game tag and see what's going on. But unfortunately, I'm spoiled for choice, and I don't know anybody who is currently playing Cyberpunk, so I figured Cultisim would be the better second choice. Have a good night. I will be back Wednesday, and I will try and figure out the right division between Book of Hours and Cyberpunk. I will say that on Twitter when I figure that all out. But have a good evening, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye.